And Ryan, I believe that we have a quorum present, so over to you.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to the New York City Planning Commission review session of Monday, April 19th, 2021. The time is 1 p.m. and a quorum is present. The first item on our agenda will be laid over until later in the agenda. So we will go to item number 2, which is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments and special permit in Manhattan Community District 8. Our presenter is Stephen Johnson.
And before Stephen gives his presentation, I'd like to preface it with a few comments. Specifically, as we begin to see health, hope, and recovery on the city's horizon, I'm delighted today that we're moving the proposed New York Blood Center expansion into public review. The proposal before us seeks to modernize critically important but more than 50-year-old life-giving institution, and also to incentivize needed investments into the city's life sciences industry, one of the fastest growing sectors of our nation's economy. This project connects researchers and world-renowned academic, health, and medical institutions by unlocking space needed to grow these symbiotic relationships and to grow the life science industry that's taking shape on Manhattan's East Side, next to Rockefeller University, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and many others. It promises to bring hundreds of skilled jobs and at many wage levels. New York City government has long championed the economic development goals of building the life sciences industry through the creation of EDC's Life Sci NYC program and this commission's Scientific Research and Development Facility special permit, which was first established some 30 years ago and that the Blood Center is seeking today. But this project is about more than economic development and our economic recovery from this pandemic. It's squarely about public health. The work that the Blood Center undertakes every day is focused on, among many things, blood disease research, cell therapy, hematology, and infectious diseases. As the number of people receiving vaccination continues to increase, thank goodness, and as we continue to practice social distancing, we also continue to focus on improving health outcomes for all New Yorkers through this and many other projects that this commission will be asked to consider in this pivotal year. And over to you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we begin, can we let the record reflect my recusal on the matter?
Thank you, Commissioner Dweck. We will do that.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, commissioners. This is a private application by the New York Blood Center Incorporated, which is proposing a series of land use actions in order to facilitate the redevelopment of their existing building located at 310 East 67th Street in order to build a new modern life science hub with commercial laboratory spaces and community facilities for the Blood Center and their commercial and institutional partners. The proposed development is called Center East, and it would continue to serve as the Blood Center's headquarters and principal blood donation location. The development site is located mid-block between 1st and 2nd Avenue and has frontages on East 67th and East 66th Street in Manhattan Community District 8. Next slide, please. So the applicant is seeking a number of actions. The first is a zoning map amendment to rezone the mid-block Blood Center site from an R8B district to a C27 district, and to rezone the 2nd Avenue frontages from a C19 district to a C28 district on both sides of the avenue between 66th and 67th to a depth of 100 feet. The second is a zoning text amendment to allow by special permit the scientific research and development facilities in a C27 district, and to allow modifications of the floor area, height and setback, yard and sign regulations, as well as to designate in Appendix F of the zoning resolution the development site as a mandatory inclusionary housing area. And finally, a Section 7448 special permit as amended to permit a scientific research and development facility in a C27 district within Community District 8 in Manhattan, and to permit the floor area of the facility to exceed the 2 FAR that is permitted in C27 districts for commercial uses, to modify height and setback regulations and the rear yard equivalent regulations which will allow the proposed development to build with large floor plates that are conducive to modern laboratory uses, and to modify design regulations related to surface area limitations, height limitations, and a placement of signs in relation to a residential district or public parks. Next slide, please. So the New York Blood Center was founded in 1959 with seed money from the Rockefeller Foundation. It has been at this location on the Upper East Side of Manhattan since around 1964, and it is their headquarters and primary donation site. The existing building shown here in the photo was completed in 1930 and originally housed the New York Trade School. The building has approximately 131 square feet of community facility use. The lot is unusual in that it has a very large lot size at 225 feet by 200 feet for a total of 45,000 square feet, with frontages on both 67 and 66 streets. The building is antiquated and inefficient, and it has multiple unusable internal courtyards. The Blood Center itself is a not-for-profit institution with a dual public health mission of supplying transfusion products to the metro region and undertaking scientific research. They are the leading supplier of blood and blood-related products to the over 500 hospitals and organizations throughout the metro area. They are currently working on COVID-19, and they have a history working on treatments of sickle cell, working with stem cells and cellular therapies. They conduct research exploring cures for macro and neurodegenerative disorders, including blindness, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, as well as SARS, MERS, and HIV vaccines. They also currently have space in the building dedicated to the Eastside Biotechnology Accelerator Program, whereby life science companies that are doing blood-related research can take laboratory space in the building, and they can collaborate with the Blood Center on this research. This is an example of what the Blood Center is doing now on a small scale and what they hope to do in the new building on a larger scale. The Blood Center's work is focused on collaborations and their continued partnerships with groups like Weill Cornell, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and others. They believe this location on the Upper East Side in this dense area of medical and hospital facilities is crucial to their mission and the work they do. Next slide, please. To give you more context to the neighborhood and the institutions in the immediate area, we have this aerial view. The Blood Center is outlined in white in the white box in the middle of the slide. The blue shaded areas represent the groups that have partnered with the Blood Center, such as Rockefeller University, which is on the lower right. And moving north, there's New York Presbyterian and quite a few MSK buildings, and Weill Cornell, obviously. Additionally, right across the street to the south of the Blood Center site on 66th Street is an MSK controlled sites facing them. So this aerial view also is helpful in understanding other important locations in proximity to the Blood Center. So just to the north of the Blood Center across 67th Street from the white boxed area is the Julia Richmond Education Complex, which is a school that houses 6 separate schools with 1,800 students. And just east of that school is the well-loved and well-used St. Catherine's Park. Next slide, please. So this map shows the institution and community facilities in the area. Again, you can see JREC, Julia Richmond, across the street, and MSK to the south. And you can see the agglomeration of hospital, academic, and medical uses in the immediate area. Next slide, please. So we have an area map here, and it shows the development site in a dotted red line and the project area in a dotted black line. The proposed zoning is a C27 on the development site and the C28 on 2nd Avenue. The existing zoning, of course, is the R8B on the mid blocks, while 2nd Avenue is proposed to extend the existing C28, which is 1 block to the south, and extend it 1 block to the north. The Q subway runs along 2nd Avenue. The M15 select bus service runs south on 2nd and north on 1st Avenue. 67th and 66 are both westbound only travel lanes, and they are both narrow streets at 60 feet wide. Next slide, please. So we're moving on to the site photos here. This is East 67th Street. So photo 1, we are looking at East 67th from 2nd Avenue. The white brick building is a 16-story, 200-unit residential building completed in 1958 on the east side of 2nd Avenue. And right behind it, you can barely see it, is the 3-story Blood Center. So photo number 2 is in the opposite direction from 1st Avenue. So St. Catherine's Park is on the right. You can see it with the trees. And the Blood Center is not quite visible from this vantage point, but you can see the rear of the white building in photo 1. And then you can also see the black curved glass Solo building, which is a 47-story rental tower on 2nd Avenue. And that building is in the project area. Next slide, please. So moving on to East 66th Street. Photo 1 is showing the 4-story MSK row houses directly across from the Blood Center that serve as staff housing for MSK. And photo number 2 is the Blood Center frontage on 66th Street. So these two images are across from each other. You can also see the service entrances in photo 2 for the Blood Center. They have 2 curb cuts and 30 accessory parking spaces that are accessed through this 66th Street entrance. Next slide, please. So moving on to 2nd Avenue, this photo shows 2nd Avenue looking north in photo 1 on the west side of the street, while photo 2 shows the east side of the street. The white building on the left is the landmark Manhattan House, which is 20 stories tall, a full city block over 200 feet in height, and that includes the mid-block R8B height, and has about 500 dwelling units. Manhattan House is not within the project area, but is a local landmark right next to it. And the 47-story Solo curved black residential tower is in the project area, and you can see that right next to it. The Solo building was completed in 1973. There's a movie theater in the base along with some other retail uses. The movie theater, which is a use group 8 use, is allowed as of right in C28 districts, but not in the existing C19 district. The movie theater was allowed by a BSA special permit in 1971. So photo 2 shows the 16-story white brick building, and then you could barely see the Julia Richmond complex just north of that. So the area between 66th and 67th Street on 2nd Avenue is part of the proposed rezoning building area, excuse me. So that's removing the existing C19 and extending the C28 1 block to the north. And that includes these 2 buildings, the Solo building, the black building in the photo 1, and the white brick building in photo 2. Next slide, please. So moving on to some details about the proposed Blood Center development building. So the proposed building will have a 10 FAR and a total of approximately 452,000 square feet, divided between the New York Blood Center community facilities with approximately 139,000 square feet and 313,000 square feet of commercial labs. The building will be 334 feet in height with 16 stories. The lower floors will contain the New York Blood Center laboratories, offices, administrative space, and research and development facilities, including a biosafety level laboratory or a BSL-3 lab. So the BSL-3 lab would replace and modernize their current BSL-3 lab. The Blood Center has had 1 to 2 BSL-3 labs on site at this location since the 1980s. There will be a multi-purpose room, community room accessible to local community groups, as well as publicly accessible cafe. The upper floors in orange on the building section will house the commercial scientific labs, and there are entrances on both frontages, with 67th Street being the main lobby entrance. Now the Blood Center sites in the building section are in blue, as you can see on the building section on the left. The loading and parking and waste facilities are all accessed from 66th Street, which is in the image on the right. There are 5 proposed loading berths and 6 accessory parking spaces. The parking will be used for Blood Center delivery trucks and fleet vehicles and will not be available to workers or visitors in the building. Next slide, please. So the large size of the site provides a unique opportunity for the development of a building with a significant amount of square footage and significant 30,000 square foot floor plates devoted to life sciences and modern laboratories. So to put that in comparison, there was a press release in January of this year that Rockefeller University received a grant to help fund a new commercial life science incubator at their school, which is just down the street from them, from the blood center. And that proposed lab is approximately 26,000 square feet. So that's kind of the numbers that you can see the difference there. Now, according to the applicant, the waivers that are sought for the project are necessary to create large and flexible floor plates and are driven by the specific functional requirements of modern laboratories. And this would create open, loft-like, and efficient floors, laboratory floors, that can accommodate both wet bench research and dry computational research, and attract small startups and larger research groups. Each floor will have a minimum 16-foot floor-to-floor height, which is designed to accommodate the robust mechanical and ventilation systems required for a life science laboratory. Next slide, please. So let's walk through the requested actions, starting with the zoning map amendment. Next slide, please. So the proposal is to change the existing R8B district to a C27 district on the development site, which is in blue on these maps, and to change the existing C19 district to a C28 district on the 2nd Avenue frontages to a depth of 100 feet. Now, the existing C28 district on 2nd Avenue extends down further south all the way to the Queensboro Bridge, where it then turns again into a C19 district. The current R8B district is a contextual district located on the mid blocks of the Upper East Side, including the development site, and was originally mapped on the mid blocks in the mid 80s. The R8B permits residential uses at 4.0 FAR and community facility uses at 5.1 FAR. It requires a building base of between 55 and 65 feet and imposes a maximum total building height of 75 feet. Now, the proposed C27 district has equivalent bulk regulations to an R9 district, and it's more appropriate for a mid-block site than a C28 district, which is an R10 equivalent. The C27 permits a commercial FAR of 2 and a community facility FAR of 10. Now, the C27 district is very limited in New York City. There are only 3 small locations, and they are all in Manhattan. And there are no other C27 districts in Community Board 8. On 2nd Avenue, the proposed C28 district is a high-density residential district mapped on avenue block fronts, mostly in Manhattan. Its bulk regulations are the same as the regulations of the current C19 district. It allows 10 FAR for residential uses, which may be increased to 12 FAR through mandatory inclusionary housing. It allows 10 FAR for community facility uses and a 2 FAR for commercial uses. And the commercial uses are limited to the first 2 floors of the building. So C28 districts differ from C19 districts in the range of the commercial uses permitted. Both districts permit use groups 1 through 6, but in C28 districts, home maintenance and repair services are permitted, as well as theaters and medical and dental laboratories for research and testing. Next slide, please. So moving on to the next action, the zoning text amendment. Next slide. So the city has supported the growth of life science industries over the years as an important source of high-skilled jobs that is uniquely well suited to expansion in New York City due to its many academic and medical institutions. The city's effort to support the life science industry dates from 1990, when the Scientific Research and Development Facility Special Permit text was first adopted. This was to facilitate the Columbia University Audubon Research Park in Washington Heights. This action enabled the CPC to allow by special permit use group 17 laboratories in commercial C6 zoning districts, which are only permitted in manufacturing districts. So these types of labs, use group 17 in manufacturing districts, would virtually be locked out of Manhattan, which does not have many remaining M districts, but it does still have these world-class health facilities and hospitals and medical institutions. So one of the main reasons for that text amendment was to enable life sciences and biotech research and development labs to be located near existing medical institutions because of the similarity of purpose and the laboratory uses, and to encourage collaboration between these different institutions. The other Section 7448 special permit was in 2001. That was for the 1.1 million square feet of the Alexandria Center on the former Bellevue Hospital campus between East 28th and 29th. That project has some similarities with this project in that it is next to a major academic medical facility, that would be NYU Langone, and it involved a rezoning of the property from an R8 C25 to a C62 district, which then permitted the increase in commercial FAR. Now in your briefing packages, the applicant provided a report that discusses the state of life sciences and life science development in the city and the jobs and the lack of appropriate spaces, and also compares it to other cities that have developed life sciences in their cities. Next slide, please. So the project is also proposing to designate the development site as a mandatory inclusionary housing area. There is no residential development proposed for this project. Next slide, please. So moving on to the waivers outlined in the special permit. Next slide, please. We have the zoning lot site plan, which shows the building height at 334 feet and the base height of the building at 84 feet. This building is completely built out to the lot lines, and that's one of the reasons why they need the waivers. Next slide, please. So the first waiver is for height and setback, which is represented by the green diagonal line on the illustration. So the maximum base height for commercial and community facilities in a C27 districts is 85 feet or 6 stories, whichever is less. Above the space, the building must be set back 20 feet on a narrow street. And as I mentioned earlier, E66 and 67th are narrow streets. And the building must be built beneath a sky exposure plane of 27:1 on a narrow street, or 3.7:1 using the alternate sky exposure plane regulations. The proposed development will be built with a 4-story base covering the entire zoning lot. The height of the base will be at 85 feet, which will comply with the C27 max street wall height regs. Above the space, the building will include 12 stories to be used by the commercial labs and their office space, with floor plates of approximately 30,000 square feet and an upper mechanical floor. This upper portion of the building will encroach on the required 20-foot setback from both 67th and 66th streets, and it will have a setback of 15 feet from 67th Street and a setback of 4 feet from 66th Street. It will also encroach on the sky exposure plane from 67th Street, starting at approximately 125 feet, and from 66th Street, beginning at approximately 96 feet. The applicant believes these waivers for the upper floors are necessary in order to create the large and flexible floor plates necessary for modern and efficient laboratory space, which will attract life science partners to the building. Secondly, please go back to the previous. Thank you. Secondly, modifications to the rear yard regulations represented by the green check pattern here. Because this is a through lot, a rear yard equivalent of 20 feet is required to be provided along each of the side lot lines of the zoning lot, 20 feet on each front lot line, or 40 feet in the middle of the lot. The base portion of the building will encroach on the required 20-foot rear yard equivalent wherever it is located, as the building's lower floors will be built to the lot line. The upper portion of the building will be built within 15 feet of the eastern lot line, and so it will also encroach on the required 20-foot rear yard equivalent along the eastern of the eastern edge of the zoning lot. It is encroached by 5 feet. The building is massed toward the east of the site, so there's a 30-foot setback from the western lot line and at least 50 feet in total from the 16-story residential white brick building that I showed you earlier to the west. The waiver for use groups. So the permitted commercial FARs for C27 districts is 2.0. The amount of commercial special permit use floor area in the proposed development would be 312,766 square feet, or 6.92 FAR. The proposed commercial laboratories and related office space would be nearly identical in character, activities, and impacts to the community facility labs that would be conducted on in this location on an as-of-right basis, and which are routinely provided in hospitals and universities. Next slide, please. So moving on to the signage waivers. This shows the approximate placement of the proposed signs. of the development site on both street frontages. The yellow indicates the illuminated signs and the blue is the non-illuminated. The proposed mods of the sign regulations would allow signs in the proposed development to exceed surface area limitations, height limitations, and modify regulations which require signs in commercial zoning districts facing a residential district or a public park to follow the C1 district sign regs. So in C2-7 districts, the total surface area of accessory signs is limited to the lesser of 3 times the zoning lot frontage, but not more than 150 square feet. The surface area of illuminated signs is limited to 3 times the zoning lot frontage or 50 square feet. And the height of signs is limited to 25 feet from curb level. For through lots, the maximum permitted amount of signage is calculated for the entire zoning lot, including both street frontages together. The applicant is proposing they will have a total of 1,000 square feet of signage, including 530 square feet on 67th Street and 470 square feet on the 66th Street frontage. On each of the street frontages, they are proposing a 300 square foot illuminated sign at a height of 40 feet, which will serve to identify the building. And these signs will identify the life science tenant in the building and or their development partner. Total illuminated signage will be 730 square feet and total non-illuminated signage will be 270 square feet. Next slide, please. So we have a chart here showing the permitted signage and the proposed. So for the total area signage, they are limited to the lesser of 3 times the zoning lot frontage, but not more than 150 square feet. And now if they had a completely separated lobby entrance for the commercial lab, separated from the community facility, then each establishment could be treated as a separate zoning lot for the purposes of the calculated permitted signage. So that would then double their 150 square feet to 300 feet, and the area of the signage illuminated from 50 feet to 100 feet. But as I've showed you on the ground floor plan, they want to have the lobby entrances to be open to all users of the site, and that will thus encourage the cooperative partnership between the blood center and the commercial labs. Next slide, please. So additionally, the text amendment would add the following findings to allow the available sign modifications. First, that a sign planage has been submitted showing the location, size, height, and illumination of all signs on the zoning lot, that the modifications are consistent with the amount and location of commercial life science labs that the CPC finds appropriate, and that illuminated signs, if provided, utilize an illumination type and are located and oriented in a manner so as to minimize any negative effects on nearby residents and do not alter the essential character of the adjacent area. Next slide, please. So the notice of the completion of the DEIS was issued on April 16th. The DEIS identified significant adverse impacts with respect to shadows and construction. There were no other significant adverse impacts that were identified. And next slide, please. This is a summary of some of the details of the project, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Ortiz.
I was interested in the signage text amendment and the very first finding that delineates with great specificity precisely where a sign should go. I know that we've in the past seen folks come back when they have to make minor changes. And so I wondered, how wise it is to be that sort of detailed in the request when it doesn't affect, shifting of the sign and doesn't necessarily affect some of the other issues that we have genuine concerns about. So just wondering where that particular finding sort of, if you could respond to that.
Sure. So I think in relation to the signage, this is an issue that we've always been very aware of in the department, and we're concerned about illumination, the size and location of these types of signs, in particular when it's not on the avenue frontages. So it's something that we believe was necessary to put into the proposal so that the commission could then have the discretion to make decisions on illumination and size and type. I mean, just because, you know, there's so many different types of illumination for a sign, just because you're saying you're backlit, it doesn't necessarily mean that the illumination will not be overly bright or overly overbearing in the area. So we were just concerned about how the signs would play on the mid block. So that's why we put those in.
But my question is not about the illumination, it's about the specificity of the location of the sign. You know, is there any reason why you wouldn't say generally or create an envelope within which the sign should exist as opposed to, you know, the specific location, particularly since where they are in the development process is, you know, we know things change and happen and we don't want them to have to come back.
I mean, it's something we can consider. The applicant did not give us, they had no qualms about the locations which they proposed on the diagrams, so.
Well, we know lesson learned on our end, you know, but thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Okay, seeing no other raised hands, this application is certified.
Okay. Moving on to the third item on our agenda. It's a certification of a site selection, acquisition, zoning map, and zoning text amendments in Manhattan Community District 4. Our presenter is Nabila Malik.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a joint application by private applicant 495 11 Avenue owner Realty LLC, the NYC Economic Development Corporation, and the New York City Department of Citywide Administrative Services, and the New York City Police Department. The private applicant and EDC are seeking zoning map and text amendments that would facilitate a new approximately 581,000 square foot mixed-use building. DCAS and NYPD are co-applicants seeking a site selection and acquisition to facilitate the siting of an NYPD vehicle storage facility within the proposed development. The proposed development would include a 57-story residential tower with affordable and supportive housing units and a 56-story hotel tower with 680 rooms, both towers joined by a 5-story mixed-use podium containing retail, office space, and the NYPD vehicle storage. The site is located at 495 11th Avenue in Clinton Hell's Kitchen, Community District 4, Manhattan. Next slide, please. So the development site is outlined in red, and the surrounding area contains a variety of uses, including commercial, mixed-use, industrial, public facility, and transportation uses. Active construction sites comprise a large portion of the land uses in the area, and several sites are used for vehicle parking and storage for distribution businesses. Several vacant lots are located in the area, particularly to the east of the site. The zoning in the surrounding area includes M1 and M2 districts, as well as C64 district immediately to the north and east of the site. The Special Hudson Yards district extends from West 41st Street to the north, West 30th Street to the south, generally between 9th and 11th Avenues. The Special Clinton district is mapped in an area above West 41st Street, a block to the north of the development site, where multifamily residential elevator buildings and mixed-use buildings are located. Hudson River Park is located to the west of the site. Hudson Boulevard and Park is located to the southeast, and the High Line is located 3 blocks to the south. The immediate area is characterized by the Javits Convention Center, including Javits North, which is part of the expansion project that is under construction to the west of the site. So Javits North is the blue shaded area on the same block as the development site. There's also a 100-foot tall Lincoln Tunnel ventilation structure owned by the Port Authority that is located directly south of the development site. And the Lincoln Tunnel entrance ramp is located across the street on the east side of 40th Street and 11th Avenue. Across from the site on 40th Street is the 2-story Michael J. Quill bus depot operated by MTA. The site is five blocks north of the 34th Street 7 train extension to the Hudson Yards neighborhood. And the area is also serviced by multiple bus lines, the West Midtown Ferry Terminal and the Port Authority Bus Terminal. Next slide, please. So here's some photos of the site. In picture number 5, you can see the site along 11th Avenue, and the large facade behind the surface parking is part of Javits North. And in picture 6, you can see the Lincoln Tunnel vent structure on the left side. Next slide, please. These pictures are on the 40th Street side of the site. Picture 17 looks west along 40th Street, and you can see the development site on the left and the MTA bus depot on the right. Next slide, please. So the development site was originally a slaughterhouse constructed in 1905, ceasing operations in the late 1950s. It was then subsequently used as a warehouse and office. And in 1992, the building was demolished. And the following year, NYPD started using the site as an open parking lot for 55 NYPD vehicles. In November 2004, the CPC approved the disposition of 36 city-owned properties along the west side, including the development site. EDC then released a request for proposals in 2015 to construct a new building with a commercial and/or community facility use, affordable housing units, and a permanent location to store the 55 NYPD vehicles. The RFP cited the service of local needs as a priority for new development on the underutilized development site, specifically the provision of affordable housing and fresh food retailers. The RFP sought proposals that included the maximum feasible number of affordable units financed from the income received by the commercial and/or community facility spaces within the development. And in May 2017, EDC selected the private applicant to develop the site pursuant to a long-term lease in accordance with CPC's 2004 disposition. The city will retain fee ownership of the development site, and the building will be ground leased to the private applicant. Next slide, please. So the development site is located on 11th Avenue between West 39th and 40th Streets and consists of approximately 25,000 square feet of unimproved lot area. The site has about 200 feet of frontage on 11th Avenue and 125 feet of frontage on West 39th Street. I'll note here that 39th Street between 11th and 12th Avenues is a mapped street, but it is not an active roadway. There's a 30-foot wide area occupying the southern half of the street that is reserved for emergency access and maintenance for the adjoining Lincoln Tunnel vent structure. The development site is located within an M15 zoning district, which allows 5 FAR for manufacturing and commercial uses and 6.5 FAR for community facility uses. Building height and setbacks are controlled by a sky exposure plane that begins 85 feet above the street line. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing a 581,600 square foot mixed-use residential, commercial, and community facility building. The new building would be comprised of a 57-story residential tower and a 56-story hotel tower, joined by a 5-story mixed-use podium. A 3-story NYPD vehicle storage facility would also be included in the podium of the development. The design of the building is subject to the Public Design Commission's review and approval. Next slide, please. The north tower of the proposed development would contain approximately 237,000 square feet of residential use with 275 units of affordable housing. Income tiers will be 80 to 100% AMI and 165% AMI. 30% of the units would be at 80% AMI per MIH option 2. This tower will also contain about 49,000 square feet of community facility use with 75 supportive housing units and about 1,800 square feet of related social services. The 5th floor of the tower would contain the supportive housing social service offices, a north-facing terrace, a business center, lounge, and gym accessible to all residents. The shared residential and community facility lobby would be accessible from 11th Avenue. Next slide, please. The 282,557 square foot south commercial tower would contain up to 680 hotel guest rooms. The hotel entrance would be located on 11th Avenue, and additional doorways would provide secondary access on West 39th Street. Approximately 19,000 square feet of amenity space is also contemplated, much of which is located in the base of the development. A courtyard between the towers at the top of the base and a rooftop bar would be located at this tower for hotel guests. Next slide, please. The podium includes a large supermarket on the cellar and ground floor and co-working office space on the 2nd and 3rd floors, highlighted in red. Many of the hotel amenities would be located in the podium, including a restaurant, meeting rooms, multi-purpose space, and a gym. And the proposed development's western frontage abuts Javits North on the same block, which is a truck marshaling garage currently under construction. An expansive occupied roof space is planned above the garage, including Javits Farm, a meeting pavilion, and a large terrace. The proposed development's 4th floor mezzanine is designed to allow for a future pedestrian connection between the proposed development's hotel space and the Javits Center exhibition spaces. There's also one loading berth required for the hotel use, which would be located on 40th Street. Next slide, please. Approximately 39,000 square feet of NYPD vehicle storage for 55 vehicles would be located on the 1st through 3rd floors, highlighted in blue. 3 larger vehicles would be located at grade and would be arranged in a tandem fashion to minimize the width of the curb cut. The at-grade vehicle storage would be accessed by a 30-foot wide curb cut, and the 2nd and 3rd floor vehicle storage area would be accessed by a 24-foot wide curb cut, both located along 40th Street. The vehicles serve various commands that fall under Patrol Borough Manhattan South, including the NYPD Strategic Response Group and Manhattan South Operations Unit. Specialized NYPD vehicles, including surveillance vehicles and large vans and trucks, will be located at the site. Approximately 20 of the 55 vehicles will be oversized, specialized vehicles, and these vehicles will be used by the NYPD on an as-needed basis for citywide purposes and not for routine local or neighborhood policing functions. Almost all of the vehicles would be stored in the interior portions of the 2nd and 3rd floors, separated from the building facade by the office and restaurant uses wrapping around the exterior. Next slide, please. Here's a site plan of the development site. You can see the primary hotel entrance on 11th Avenue with secondary entrances on 39th Street. The supermarket and residential entries are also located along 11th Avenue. The office entrance, NYPD parking and access ramps, and the loading berth would be located along 40th Street. I'll also note here that while not subject to this application, a pedestrian-friendly open space with seating and movable planters is anticipated for the northern 30-foot wide portion of West 39th Street, adjacent to the development, pursuant to a revocable consent that will be sought after the land use application process is complete. Next slide, please. So in order to facilitate the proposed development, the applicants are seeking a series of land use actions, including a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, and a combined action for a site selection and acquisition of approximately 39,000 square feet of the development site for use as an NYPD vehicle storage facility. I'm going to walk through each of these actions in more detail. Next slide, please. So the application seeks to rezone the development site from an M15 zoning district to a C64 district. The C64 zoning district is a commercial district permitting a wider range of commercial, community facility, and residential uses, which are otherwise not permitted or are limited in manufacturing districts. The zoning map change to a C64 district would allow the proposed development to include a supermarket with more than 10,000 square feet of floor area and affordable housing units as of right. The application also seeks to map the development site within the Special Hudson Yards District. The special district mandates a variety of use, bulk, and urban design controls applicable to 6 sub-districts where certain differing special regulations apply. Flexible as-of-right height and setback controls accommodate large floor plate office buildings and allow for creative design within the predominantly commercial areas. Mandated improvements include retail use on major corridors, street wall continuity, pedestrian circulation space, plantings, subway entrance easements, and screened or below grade parking. And district regulations manage the total amount of parking that can be constructed in the Special Hudson Yards District as it is developed. Next slide, please. The application also seeks a text amendment to establish a new sub-district G within the Special Hudson Yards District to facilitate the proposed development. Some of the proposed text addresses the unique constraints of the site that sits adjacent to the Lincoln Tunnel vent structure and the Javits Center complex. The proposed subdistrict would modify the following. It would allow office use without any requirement for certification, which is usually required for most areas within the special district. The text would allow vehicle storage use as of right and would exempt it from the total floor area. Physical culture establishments or PCE use would also be allowed as of right. Within the proposed subdistrict, the maximum floor area for residential, community facility, and commercial uses would be 12 FAR each, with a total amount of floor area capped at 24 FAR. Standard setback requirements would be modified to allow a 5-foot setback from West 39th Street to provide the minimum distance of 60 feet between the 2 towers. The residential tower lot coverage would require a minimum of 20% and a maximum of 40%, and the text would establish a maximum commercial tower lot coverage of 65% to ensure that the towers are not too narrow and disproportionate to the base. Specific special district transparency requirements, rear yard equivalents, and circulation space regulations would not apply. And Manhattan core parking and loading regulations of Article 1, Chapter 3 would apply within the new subdistrict. The proposed text amendment would also modify Appendix F to designate the site as an MIH area with options 1 and 2. This will actually be the first MIH area to be mapped in the Special Hudson Yards District. Next slide, please. DCAS and NYPD are seeking a combined action for a site selection and acquisition of approximately 39,000 square feet of the development site for use as an NYPD vehicle storage facility. Since the vehicle storage facility would be operated directly by the city on city-owned or city-leased property greater than 750 square feet in floor area, a fair share analysis was required. During construction of the proposed development, the vehicles will be temporarily located to sites in the area. Next slide, please. An EIS was conducted by the Deputy Mayor of Housing and Economic Development as lead agency. The notice of completion for the draft EIS was issued on April 16th. And the draft EIS identifies significant adverse impacts related to shadows, transportation, and construction. Possible mitigation measures are identified in the draft EIS and will be explored further between now and the final EIS. Next slide, please. The private applicant and EDC are seeking zoning map and text amendments that would facilitate a new approximately 581,000 square foot mixed use building, and DCAS and NYPD are co-applicants seeking a site selection and acquisition. The applicants assert that the proposed development will be consistent with existing land uses, bulk, and density within the surrounding area. The proposed development's mix of residential, community facility, and commercial uses will complement existing uses in the area, such as the Jobbett Center and the Hudson Yards Special District, and will serve as amenities to the local neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Nabila. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Levin.
It's impossible that this one raises no questions on our part. So, I mean, my main thought is, look, this one is right up there in terms of complexity, is sort of toward the top of the list of crazy things we've seen. But that's kind of typical for the special Hudson Yards district. And I know that this particular site has been the subject of a tremendous amount of work by a lot of different people and city agencies over many years. So my first thought was to sit quietly and wait for the public review process to unfold and see what issues emerge. And that is fundamentally, I think, where we need to be on this very complicated proposal. We need to wait and hear from the various stakeholders before we really sink our teeth into it. But I guess, I wonder, and you anticipated one of my questions by explaining the use of the NYPD storage facility. I mean, it kind of, the initial question is, so why do we need to park police department cars here? Is it just because they've had 55 spaces and they don't want to give them up? Which is an acceptable reason in this neighborhood that is in transition between, you know, being the industrial backdoor, service area backdoor to Midtown, into a, you know, multi-use neighborhood. Is it really that they have them now and they don't want to give them up?
Yeah, so they had always used this site since the 90s as vehicle storage. And so it was originally anticipated that this would sort of be absorbed into the program of the building. So yeah, it's the continued use.
It's part of the package.
Mm-hmm.
Are there, next question, are there operators selected for the supportive housing, for the hotel, and for the supermarket? Who's going to run those?
I'm not sure about the supermarket. I can get back to you if they've already selected.
It'll come out.
Yeah, for the supportive housing, they have selected an operator, which sorry, I had the name of it, but
that's okay. That one will come out too.
But I'll get back to you once this loads, so I can get you the name.
And then just one last question. This stretch of 11th Avenue is really a challenged pedestrian experience. And you made it clear in laying out the variety of sort of city infrastructure uses that surround it. As this moves along, I really hope we can give as much attention as possible to streetscape improvements to the extent there's anything that can be done there. I mean, it's opposite, next to the vent shaft, opposite the bus terminal, you got the entrance to the tunnel. I mean, it's a mess, but we should really do everything we can. I'm confident that the department has looked at this carefully, but I think we really need to focus on as much improvement as we can possibly achieve there. And that's it. And I look forward to hearing the public discussion of this one. This is really out there.
Thank you.
I will note, Commissioner Levin, that this project has been a long time coming and has benefited from very extensive input from the community board, even in getting it to this point.
They were starting to give attention to it when I was still involved with them. So it takes a long time.
And Commissioner Levin, I just got the name of the supportive housing operator. It's the Center for Urban Community Services.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramprasad.
Actually, Commissioner Levin asked several of the questions I was going to ask. I think she was looking at my notes. I only have, well, I guess one question. With regards to the supporting housing, can they provide a unit breakdown, like how many bedrooms are assigned to the 75 units?
Sure, yes, I can get that information for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burney.
Oh, thank you. Nabila, I apologize if you have already explained this, but I just didn't quite catch it. And that's the number of the total number of units and how many are going to be within the 80 to 100% AMI and how many are going to be at the 165% AMI, and are the 75 supportive units part of the 275 or are they in addition? If you could just explain that quickly.
Sure. So the 75 supportive units are in addition to the 275 affordable units, and 30% of the residential units will be MIH option 2 at 80% AMI. I don't have the further breakdown of the other AMI levels, but I can get you that information as well.
Okay, and when it comes back, it might be helpful for them to explain. I mean, I have to assume that this is a very significant income generating development and there are no city subsidies needed. And one wonders whether we couldn't actually have driven the affordability down further given the revenue that's going to be generated by the project. So maybe they could explain that when it comes back.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions? Okay, well then this very complex, long time gestating project is certified.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we have time for, yes, let's do this. So the fourth item on our agenda is a certification of an acquisition and site selection, Queens Community District 4, and our presenter is Kathy Coe.
Okay, good afternoon, Commission. This is the application for the LaFrac City Senior Center. Next slide, please. It's an application submitted by DFTA, Department for the Aging, and DCAS, Department of Citywide Administrative Services, in the Corona neighborhood of Queens Community District 4. The application's for an acquisition and site selection for a new senior center in an existing commercial building located at 9605 Horace Harding Expressway in the LaFrac City complex. And as a reminder, a special permit was approved in 2019 for the public parking garage adjacent to the site. Next slide, please. And the proposed project area is located in Corona, which is with frontage on Horace Harding Expressway, which is a service road to the Long Island Expressway. And the proposed project area has good access to public transit with 2 stations servicing the M&R lines located approximately a half-mile south and southwest. And there are also multiple bus lines serving the area. Flushing Meadows Corona Park is located approximately 1 mile east, and there are a number of regional malls nearby. The Rego Center Mall is located 1 block south of the project area, and the Queens Center and Queens Place malls are approximately a half-mile west. Next slide, please. The proposed project area is mapped with a C44 zoning district, which was rezoned in 1965 from the previous R6 district. And the surrounding area is characterized by residential, commercial, and community facility uses. And the remainder of the block is zoned R6 and is comprised of the LaFrac City residential complex. Blocks west and east of the project area are zoned R7B, and blocks north are zoned R5. And there's an R71 district south of the project area south of the Long Island Expressway. And Rego Center Mall is also south of the Long Island Expressway in a C42F district. And there's also local retail uses that are located north of the subject block within a C12 commercial overlay. Next slide, please. The proposed project area, block 1918, lot 114, is outlined in the dotted black line here, and the proposed senior center is a colored hatched portion within the existing 6-story commercial building. Next slide, please. And here we have a bird's eye view looking north at the project area. The proposed senior center would be located on the ground floor of the 6-story office building outlined in the dotted black line. This building and the 20-story office building adjacent to it are primarily occupied by city, state, and federal agencies, and other adjacent uses include a post office, a diner, and a public parking garage, which front Junction Boulevard. The LaFrac City residential complex spans the remainder of the block, which consists of 20 16-story residential buildings that house roughly 15,000 residents and approximately 4,600 units, as well as community facility uses such as daycares and a branch of the Queens Public Library. Blocks north and west of the proposed senior center are developed with 2 to 3-story attached buildings and 6 to 7 multifamily elevator buildings that include ground floor community facility uses such as medical offices. And south of the Long Island Expressway is Rego Center Mall, and blocks east of the mall are developed with multiple 15 to 17-story multifamily buildings. The area's experienced growth in the past years, and according to the American Community Survey estimates between 2010 and 2018, the senior population in this area has increased 33.6%. And the need for a senior center has also been identified over the past 5 Community District 4 Statement of Needs reports, and has also been identified or reiterated by the Queensborough president. And the need for essential services for this area's senior population has been especially highlighted throughout this past year, as the Corona neighborhood was of the epicenter during the height of the COVID pandemic. Next slide, please. And photo 1 here along Horace Harding Expressway shows a view facing east with the proposed ground floor senior center space on the left, which is the southeast corner of the building. Photo 2 shows a view northwest on Horace Harding Expressway with the portion of the existing building that would be cleared for an ADA ramp leading to a new entrance. And photo 3 is a view facing north with the eastern wall of the existing building on the left. And this view shows the driveway leading to the parking garage and the post office loading dock. Next slide, please. So the applicants propose a new senior center consisting of approximately 7,100 square feet to be located on the ground floor of 9605 Horace Harding Expressway, which is currently vacant and was formerly used by DEP, whose offices have been relocated to other parts of the building. The proposed senior center would operate Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and serve approximately 105 seniors per day. And DIFTA plans to contract with Encore Youth and Adult Activities as a service provider to operate daily functions, and they would have approximately 10 employees. And no new redevelopment would occur. The proposed senior center would involve interior construction to reconfigure the existing office space and exterior construction to build a new ADA ramp and a new entrance. Next slide, please. In this site plan here, you can see the new ADA ramp and new entrance proposed here on the left, which is the southern portion of this of the project area on Horace Harding Expressway. And the site plan also outlines space for staff offices, a computer room, a multi-purpose exercise room, an art room, a kitchen for on-site meals, a cafeteria, and restrooms. There are 2 emergency doors located in the cafeteria, one of which would be used for deliveries. And services offered to seniors would include case assistance, education, recreation, health promotion, and nutrition education. Next slide, please. So in summary, the applicants propose an acquisition and site selection to facilitate a new senior center on the ground floor of the property located at 9605 Horace Harding Expressway. And according to the applicant, the surrounding areas access to public transit, its walkability, and the need to provide a growing aging population with essential services makes this an appropriate location for a new senior center. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Questions from the commission? Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Kathy, do you know the duration of the lease for the property?
Yeah, the applicant will be able to provide more information on that because right now the DEP lease is still in effect, and they're not going to start with the Elm Court lease until ULURP is finalized.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Ramprasad.
Actually, I was going to ask about the lease as well, but Vice Chair Knuckles asked. I just have one question. If during the hours of operation, are there any outdoor activities planned for the senior center? And I'm very familiar with the area, so I'm just curious if that is so, can they talk about how they would take the seniors out to do these activities in any local park that's nearby?
Sure, I'll ask the applicant more about that. They haven't indicated outdoor activities yet, but I can definitely ask and provide answers when this comes back.
Other questions? Commissioner Levin.
Yes, thank you, Kathy. This seems like kind of a challenging location for seniors to get to. Where, being on a very traffic intensive road, street, expressway. I mean, one doesn't usually think about putting senior centers on expressways. This is New York City. Where is the senior population likely to come from, and how are they going to get there?
Sure. The applicant expects much of the aging population in LaFrac City, which is on the subject block adjacent to this building. And so a lot would be able to walk over from there. There are also many 6 to 7 multifamily buildings, as well as those 15 to 17 story buildings south of the Long Island Expressway. It is a fairly walkable area, but the applicant is also talking to DOT about establishing a standing zone in front of the entrance so that accessorized vehicles and other drop-off vehicles will be able to safely bring seniors to the space.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Would just add to Commissioner Levin's point, and also being familiar with the area, that the sidewalks are fairly ample, and there is a lot of walking that occurs, even though the title of the street says expressway. It is a little bit of a misnomer.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, another application is certified.
Thank you.
Okay, the 5th item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendment in Queens Community District 1, and our presenter is Sarit Plotkin.
Madam Chair, I'm recused on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramprasad.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is an application by 11th Street and Broadway LLC for a series of land use actions, including a zoning map amendment to change an R5 district to an M14 R7A MX district, a zoning text amendment to establish an MIH district, and a zoning text amendment to establish a new special mixed-use district. The actions would facilitate the development of a new 7-story mixed-use building with 205 residential units, 51 of which will be permanently affordable, and 28,000 square feet of commercial and light industrial uses in Community District 1, Queens. Next slide, please. The project area outlined in red is located in Northwest Ravenswood, Queens, Community District 1. Ravenswood is situated just north of Long Island City and south of Astoria, east of Roosevelt Island along the East River waterfront. Next slide, please. The surrounding area includes a mix of residential, commercial, light industrial, and community facility uses. The project area has frontage on Broadway, a wide street and active commercial corridor, which serves as a boundary between the more residential Astoria neighborhood to the north and the predominantly mixed use and industrial Ravenswood neighborhood to the south. Recent land use actions in the surrounding area include the 2019 Vernon Boulevard Broadway rezoning, 1 block to the west, in which a full block site was rezoned from R5 to R7X C13 and R6B, and a large scale plan was established to facilitate a mix of residential, commercial, and community facility arts uses in 3, 5 through 14 story buildings. The project area is also directly south of the 2010 Astoria rezoning area, a contextual rezoning which encompassed 238 blocks north of Broadway in Western Astoria. The surrounding area is predominantly mapped with non-contextual residential districts to the south and west, including an R5 district that encompasses a large part of Ravenswood, and low and mid-density contextual residential districts to the north and east. Next slide, please. The area north of the project area is characterized by 2 to 3 story residential buildings and 4 to 6 story multifamily apartment buildings. The prevailing built form to the south of the project area includes low scale, high lot coverage, non-conforming commercial and industrial buildings. New 6 to 8 story multifamily residential buildings can be found east of the project area along Broadway, and a 20-story residential building is located 2 blocks north of the project area. Nearby public facilities include the Noguchi Museum west of the project area, Long Island City High School east of the project area, and the Islamic Unity Mosque and School north of the project area. Socrates Sculpture Park and Rainey Park are public parks along the East River waterfront directly west of the project area. Next slide, please. The project area is served by the Q104 and Q103 bus lines that run along Broadway and Vernon Boulevard, respectively. The Broadway subway station, with access to the N and W lines, is located approximately 3/4 of a mile east of the project area. And the 21st Street Queensbridge subway station on the F line is located approximately 1 mile south of the project area. The area is also served by the Astoria stop of the NYC Ferry, approximately 1/2 mile north, and there are 2 city bike stations, 1 block east and west of the project area, respectively. Next slide, please. The project area consists of the entirety of Block 316, which is comprised of 2 contiguous tax lots, 1 and 13, which are improved by 2 buildings. The northern portion of the block is occupied by a 1-story, 16-foot tall taxi depot and auto repair shop with accessory parking. Mid-block, there is a 1-story building with a mezzanine occupied by an artist studio. The rest of the project area is unimproved and vacant. The project area has frontage on 2 wide streets, Broadway, which is 75 feet wide, and 11th Street, which is 80 feet wide. It has 3 curb cuts along Broadway and 2 along 12th Street. Next slide, please. Here you can see views of the project area from 11th Street, including the vacant areas used for open storage, as well as the rear portions of the auto repair and artist studio structures. Next slide, please. Here you can see views of the project area from 33rd Avenue, including the rear portion of the artist studios and vacant areas used for parking. Next slide, please. Here you can see views of the project area from Broadway, including the taxi depot and its accessory parking, as well as views of 11th Street. Next slide, please. The actions would facilitate a new 7-story, 75-foot tall mixed-use building with approximately 226,000 square feet of total floor area, including 215 dwelling units, 51 of which would be permanently affordable, 28,000 square feet of commercial and light industrial floor area, and 80 accessory parking spaces. The proposed development wraps the entire block with a continuous street wall on each frontage, including active first floor uses, and outdoor seating at the intersection of Broadway and 11th Street, visible in the image here. Next slide, please. An open court above the first floor allows for double-loaded corridors and a driveway with a circular turnaround accessible from 33rd Avenue. The building would rise to a height of 75 feet or 7 stories along Broadway and along the Broadway and 11th Street frontages, the 2 wide streets, and 10 and 15-foot setbacks above the base height of 65 feet. After 10 and 15-foot setbacks above the base height of 65 feet. Along 12th Street, a narrow street, the base height would be reduced to 55 feet or 5 stories. Next slide, please. The ground floor would contain a mix of non-residential uses, including a 10,000 square foot grocery store and 4,000 square foot local retail space on Broadway. A 5,000 square foot artist studio would be provided on 12th Street that would house the artist that currently occupies the artist studio within the project area. And a 4,000 square foot wine distributor and 6,000 square foot floral production studio would be located on 33rd Avenue and 11th Street respectively. The wine distribution space and floral production studio, the light industrial uses, are intended for existing businesses that are seeking space in the area. The florist, Cambridge Floral Designs, is a business from Long Island City that prepares floral arrangements for large commercial buildings in New York City. The wine distributor is an established merchant currently located in Nassau County, bringing their business and jobs to Queens. Both light industrial users would activate the street frontage through providing retail space along with production and storage space. Altogether, there would be 70 new commercial and light manufacturing jobs created on site, increased from the 6 employees on site today. The northwestern corner of the proposed development would be chamfered to accommodate an outdoor seating area accessory to the ground floor commercial space. Parking and vehicular access to the residential uses would be consolidated to one entrance. A turnaround on 33rd Avenue would provide access via a 20-foot wide curb cut to accessory parking spaces in the cellar. 2 12-foot loading berths would serve the commercial and industrial uses, one on 12th Street and one on 33rd Avenue, abutting the residential driveway. Next slide, please. This section illustrates an open court above the first floor and 10-foot setbacks above the 6th floor on Broadway before rising to a maximum height of 75 feet. The project area is partially within the flood zone AE that presents a 1% annual chance of flooding, and the proposed development is designed to meet the flood resiliency requirements of the zoning resolution and the New York City Building Code. The project area has a design flood elevation, or DFE, of 12 feet. The first floor portions of the proposed development below the DFE would imply dry floodproofing measures, and utility rooms would be elevated above the DFE. Next slide, please. Here you can see a view of the Broadway street frontage looking southeast towards the chamfered corner of Broadway and 11th Street in the top image, and a view of the 12th Street frontage looking southwest in the bottom image. These views of the Broadway and 12th Street frontages illustrate the brick facade and glazing and metal paneling that articulate the continuous street wall frontage. It also illustrates the maximum height of 75 feet on Broadway with setbacks above 6 stories, as well as the step down to 5 stories along 12th Street. The proposed 7-story building would be contextual with the 6 to 8-story buildings on the north side of Broadway visible in the bottom image that are within an R7A district. And it would relate to the 5 through 14-story buildings proposed under the large-scale plan for the Vernon Boulevard Broadway site across 11th Street from the project area. Next slide, please. The actions include a zoning map amendment to change the existing R5 zoning district to an M14 R7A zoning district in the project area, a zoning text amendment to modify zoning resolution appendix F to establish an MIH area coterminous with the project area, and a zoning text amendment to modify zoning resolution section 12390 to establish a new MX district, MX23 in Northwest Ravenswood, pairing R7A and M14 districts. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes a zoning map amendment to rezone the project area, a full block site, from an R5 zoning district to an M14 R7A zoning district. The transition from an R5 district to an M14 R7A would promote mixed-use development with affordable housing and job growth on an underutilized property. MX districts permit a wide variety of uses, including residential, commercial, community facility, and manufacturing uses. The M14 R7A district would permit new mixed-use development with a maximum residential FAR of 4.6 in an MIH area, a maximum community facility FAR of 3.0, and maximum commercial and manufacturing FARs of 2.0. R7A zoning districts permit a base height of between 40 and 75 feet, with a maximum building height of 90 feet or 95 feet with a qualifying ground floor in MIH areas. Off-street parking is required for 50% of the building's dwelling units, with an exemption for income-restricted units within the transit zone. The amendment to section 12390 of the zoning resolution to establish a special mixed-use district, MX23, in Northwest Ravenswood would permit the applicant to build a residential building at the proposed development site. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes a map to map the project area as a mandatory inclusionary housing area by creating a new MIH 9 for Queens, MIH Area 9 for Queens Community District 1 in Appendix F of the zoning resolution, highlighted by the red arrow on the MIH map. Pursuant to the MIH program, the applicant has selected MIH option 1, for which affordable housing must be provided, equivalent to 25% of the residential floor area at an average of 60% of area median income, or AMI, with 10% at 40% of AMI. Next slide, please. In summary, this is an application by 11th Street and Broadway LLC for a zoning map amendment and zoning text amendment to facilitate the development of a 7-story mixed-use building with 205 residential units, 51 of which would be permanently affordable, along with 28,000 square feet of commercial and light industrial uses in Ravenswood, Queens Community District 1. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarit. And questions from commissioners? Okay, not seeing any. The application is certified. Thanks again, Sarit.
Thanks.
All right.
Job, Sarit. There you go.
The sixth item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments, UDAP designation and disposition of city-owned property, and an amendment to an existing urban renewal plan in Brooklyn Community District 16. Our presenter is Anthony Grande.
Good afternoon. This is an application by the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, HPD, for land use actions to facilitate the development of a new 100% affordable 11-story, approximately 204,000 square foot mixed-use building with approximately 232 affordable units at Glenmore Avenue and Mother Gaston Boulevard in the Brownsville neighborhood of Brooklyn. Next slide, please. The project area is located in the Brownsville neighborhood of Brooklyn, Community District 16. Next slide. The proposed project area is a portion of the block bounded by Mother Gaston Boulevard to the west, Glenmore Avenue to the south, Christopher Avenue to the east, and Liberty Avenue to the north. The project area comprises a total of approximately 49,000 square feet. The development site, which is outlined in red here, is a city-owned vacant lot with frontages on the 3 streets of Mother Gaston, Glenmore, and Christopher, with a total area of 40,000 square feet. The development site is a designated site in the Brownsville 2 Urban Renewal Plan. The surrounding area is primarily residential with a variety of densities and build forms, with commercial uses typically along Pitkin Avenue and Mother Gaston Boulevard. The area to the northeast and east of the project area is the East New York Industrial Business Zone, or IBZ, which is a large M-zoned area characterized by low-rise industrial buildings, warehouses, and open parking lots. The project area is within an existing R6 zoning district. To the north is an R7A district, which was mapped in the East New York rezoning in 2016. The project area is located near transit. Buses run along Pitkin Avenue, a block to the south, and East New York Avenue, about a block to the north. And the Atlantic Avenue L train station and the East New York Long Island Railroad station are both about a quarter mile to the northeast. And the major transit hub of Broadway Junction, serving the AC, J, Z, and L trains, is about a half mile to the northeast. Next slide. The project area fronts on Mother Gaston Boulevard, which is an 85-foot wide street and a major north-south corridor in the neighborhood. The development site, again outlined in red, is a city-owned vacant lot. The project area outlined in blue also includes 4 tax lots at the corner of Christopher Avenue and Liberty Avenue, and these lots are occupied by 3-story residential apartment buildings. The surrounding build form is a mix of New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, towers to the south and the west, along with smaller 2- to 4-story residential and mixed-use buildings. The buildings at the Glenmore Plaza development directly to the south of the project reach a total height of 24 stories. And the buildings at the Howard Houses campus to the west reach a height of 13 stories. There are also two 4-story school buildings in the immediate vicinity of the project area and several public parks within walking distance. Next slide. So this photo shows the southwest corner of the development site, and we can see Mother Gaston Boulevard here, the 85-foot wide street. Next slide. And this photo shows the southeast corner of the development site from Glenmore Avenue, the corner of Glenmore and Christopher. Again, just can see the development site here. Next slide. And this photo is looking south down Christopher Avenue. You can see the development site on the right-hand side, as well as the 4-story school building there on the left. Next slide. So in this photo, this is the northeast corner of the project area. So here we can see the 4 lots which are privately owned within the rezoning area that are not part of the development site. So you can see 3 of the lots are previously built up with these 3-story apartment buildings. The corner lot is a building under construction. And this site, as you can see with the sign there, this is an open door infill project built as of right in the existing zoning. Next slide. The proposed development site is one of 3 sites identified in the Brownsville plan. This was a plan developed in 2017 by HPD in coordination with the community and DCP and other agency partners. The plan identified, among other things, identified 3 RFP sites, each with its own theme, which is what's shown here on the slide. The site under consideration here, which in the plan was referred to as the Christopher Glenmore site, was identified as a theme for a theme of innovation and entrepreneurship, due partly to its proximity to the IBZ and Broadway Junction. So HPD released an RFP and is moving forward here with the ULURP approvals to complete the project. Next slide. The proposed development would be a new 11-story, 204,000 square foot mixed-use building with 232 affordable and supportive housing units and approximately 19,000 square feet of non-residential space on the first 2 floors, intended to be an economic development hub with community facility spaces and local retail spaces on the ground floor. As part of the vision for this project, the developer is planning to work with several local organizations, including the Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation, to manage the community facility space and fulfill the goal of promoting economic development at the site. The building would have a total FAR of approximately 5.09. The proposed developments would have 16 AIRS units, and the development team intends to include supportive housing units and include space where supportive services would be provided on the cellar level. The remainder of the units would be affordable units. Within the portion of the building fronting on Glenmore Avenue, which is seen in the rendering, the building would rise to a base height of 95 feet or 9 stories and a total height of 115 feet or 11 stories. Next slide. The proposed building would provide a 5-foot sidewalk widening on the entirety of all 3 frontages. This creates additional space on the sidewalk in front of the building and is facilitated by a mayoral zoning override to the street wall location requirements along Mother Gaston Boulevard. Next slide. Along Christopher Avenue, the building would rise to a base height of 75 feet or 7 stories and a total height of 95 feet or 9 stories after the setback. For the northernmost portion of the lot, visible here on the right of the slide, the building would step down to a 4-story base height and a 6-story total height to respond to the adjacent lower rise context. Next slide. The ground floor of the proposed building would be residential for the portion along Christopher Avenue, but would be non-residential fronting on Glenmore and Mother Gaston. Commercial spaces would occupy most of the ground floor non-residential space, but there would be a lobby to enter the 2nd floor community facility space located on Glenmore Avenue. The community facility space is described as an entrepreneurial hub, which would be run by several nonprofits dedicated to providing assistance to local businesses and entrepreneurs, and would have a synergistic relationship with the commercial spaces on the ground floor. The proposed building, being 100% affordable and within the transit zone, would not provide residential parking. However, a curb cut along Christopher Avenue would lead to a cellar parking area for 59 commercial parking spaces. Next slide. So in order to facilitate the proposed development, the applicant requests 4 actions: a zoning map and text amendments, the urban renewal or urban development action area designation, project approval and disposition of city-owned property, and then finally the urban renewal plan amendments. Next slide. The project area is proposed to be changed from an R6 district to R7D C24 and an R7A C24 district. R6 districts are medium density districts that allow residential and community facility uses. Using the height factor option, residential developments have a maximum FAR of 2.43. And using the quality housing option, residential developments on a narrow street have a maximum FAR of 2.2 with a contextual envelope and a total height limit of 5 stories. On wide streets, residential FAR is limited to 3.0 and height is limited to 7 stories. R7D districts are medium density residential districts that allow residential uses to a maximum of 5.6 FAR for MIH buildings and community facility to a maximum of 5 FAR. Residential buildings must comply with quality housing regulations, and the maximum base height is 95 feet and total height is 115 feet. Parking is required for 50% of market rate units in the transit zone. And when mapped within a commercial overlay, the R7D requires non-residential uses on the ground floor. R7A districts are similar residential districts with a slightly lower density. Residential uses have a maximum of 4.6 FAR, community facility a maximum of 4 FAR, and maximum building height is 95 feet. And C24 districts allow a range of commercial, retail, and service uses limited to the ground floor of mixed-use buildings. Next slide. Second, the applicant seeks a zoning text amendment to map an MIH area over the project area, mapping options 1 and 2. Next slide. And in addition to the UDAP and disposition, HPD also proposes an amendment to the Brownsville 2 urban renewal plan, which would have 2 effects. First, it would change the land use designation of urban renewal site 111B, which is coterminous with the development site, from public and institutional use to the residential use, allowing for development consistent with the underlying zoning. It would also extend the duration of the plan to 2040. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Anthony. Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Anthony, did you say a developer had been designated as of yet?
Yeah, a developer was designated, and HPD is the applicant, but they're working with a development team to fulfill the project.
While this is not as complicated as the 11th Avenue site in Manhattan, there's nonetheless a lot going on here. So I don't know who the team is, but I would trust that they have a substantial level of experience to undertake a project like this. Do we know what their track record is?
Yeah, I think they do. They've developed other sites in the area, and yeah, I think HPD will be happy to, discuss with them and have them available at the public hearing to respond to any questions and concerns.
This is Brisa Builders, right?
Brisa Builders.
We have seen them before. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, my apologies. I got knocked out of and missed a section of this. So I just joined again. Did I miss my opportunity to ask questions on Glenmore?
We are still on Glenmore, so we welcome your questions.
Okay, thank you. Good. So one question, I note that Pitkin is the primary commercial strip in the area. This project projects over 9,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor, and the street context is residential from the images that I was able to see. Could you speak to the rationale for that space?
Yeah, and I think that the site was really envisioned as part of the Brownsville plan, and through the planning process that HPD did, the vision was really for this site to be a location that promoted entrepreneurship and economic development, and a lot of that had to do with proximity to the IBZ. This is really just one block away from the IBZ, which is a place where we do see a lot of businesses and economic activity, and it's also near Broadway Junction. So it kind of has that proximity element to it. I think Mother Gaston, there are parts of Mother Gaston Boulevard that have commercial uses and have retail ground floors. I think this area of Mother Gaston doesn't have as many opportunities for that. There are a lot of residential ground floors on, the remainder of this block, for example. But, this is an established neighborhood. It's a busy neighborhood with a lot of residential developments and 2 schools, directly adjacent here. There's a lot of activity, and, the community has asked for more retail opportunities, specifically just not exactly on Pitkin Avenue, but in this area of Brownsville.
I will note, or I should ask for more information on some of the vacancy rates on Pitkin and within the IBZ. I think we can't generally, we shouldn't jump to the conclusion that this space, the ground floor space should be retail. If we are seeing signs of economic distress along the historic retail corridors. And I know that the CDNA for this area has a 16% storefront vacancy within Brownsville. So that's nothing to really, ignore. So I will request some more information on that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, this application is then certified.
Okay. The 7th item on our agenda is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments in Brooklyn Community District 15. Our presenter is Catherine Richards.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a private application by Lipcaw Realty proposing a zoning map amendment and zoning text amendment at 2840 Knapp Street in Community District 15 in Brooklyn. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning map amendment would replace the existing R5 district with an R6 district, and the proposed zoning text amendment would map a new mandatory inclusionary housing area. These actions would facilitate the interior renovation and expansion of an existing nursing home, Sheepshead Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. With the renovation and the addition of approximately 5,000 square feet for a new dialysis center, the building would have a total square footage of 85,971. Next slide, please. The development site outlined here in red makes up the entire project area. The surrounding area contains a mix of uses, including community facilities, residential, and commercial. The residential districts in the area are primarily low density and characterized by 1 and 2 family, semi-detached, and detached homes. The development site shares the block with a 7-story multifamily apartment building. Several other long-term care facilities are located in the neighborhood. Emmons Avenue to the west is an active mixed-use corridor with commercial and multifamily buildings. The area is served by multiple MTA bus routes. The BM3 serves Sheepshead Bay and Midtown. The B4 serves Sheepshead Bay and Bay Ridge. And the B44 and B44 Select bus service run from Sheepshead Bay to Williamsburg. Next slide, please. The project area is within an R5 district. R5 districts permit 1 and 2 family detached, semi-detached, and attached homes and multifamily homes with a maximum floor area ratio of 1.25. The maximum FAR for community facilities is 2.0, and for long-term care facilities, 1.27. An R32 district is mapped to the north and to the northwest of the project area. These permit low-density residential uses at a maximum FAR of 0.5. C3 district is mapped to the north and northeast. C3 districts permit waterfront recreational uses in areas that are usually adjacent to residential districts. The maximum commercial FAR is 0.5. And finally, a C22 commercial overlay extends along Emmons Avenue. C2 overlays are mapped within residential districts to serve local retail, and in R1 through R5 districts, the maximum commercial FAR is 1.0. Also in the surrounding area is the special Sheepshead Bay district, which was created in 1973 and encourages development that strengthens and protects the unique character of the waterfront community. The special district encompasses approximately 20 blocks along Emmons Avenue and adjacent side streets from Sheepshead Bay Road to Knapp Street. Next slide. The development site is a 29,500 square foot lot currently improved with the Sheepshead Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. The building was constructed in 1969 and has since been altered in 1997 and 2007. It is a 6-story building with an FAR of 2.74. Under the proposed development, the building envelope would not change. There would be an interior renovation and expansion, adding 4,940 square feet for a new dialysis center in the basement and 156 square feet for a new stairwell to access that space from the ground floor. A new 20-space attended parking area would be provided. 2 existing curb cuts on Brigham Street would be maintained, one providing access to parking and a drop-off area, and the other providing access to a loading bay. Building mechanicals would also be relocated to the roof. This building is not within the 1% annual chance floodplain, so this measure is being undertaken proactively. Currently, the building is non-compliant with regards to FAR, building height, parking, and yards. These non-compliances would all be resolved under the proposed R6 district. Next slide, please. To facilitate this development, the applicant proposes to rezone the project area from R5 to R6. Because the building currently exceeds the maximum FAR in an R5 district, the R6 district would permit the additional square footage needed for the proposed development. Non-contextual R6 districts permit medium density residential development with a variety of building types at a maximum FAR ranging from 0.78 to 2.43. Under quality housing regulations, a maximum FAR of 3.0 is permitted and a maximum FAR of 3.6 under MIH. The community facility FAR is 4.8 and long-term care facilities require 1 parking space per 20 beds. Next slide, please. The applicant also proposes to map MIH options 1 and 2 on the area rezoned to R6. Since this is not a residential development, no new affordable housing units would be provided at this time. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the applicant proposes a zoning map amendment from R5 to R6 and a zoning text amendment to map a new MIH area to facilitate the interior renovation of an existing long-term care facility. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Questions? Okay, then not seeing any raised hands, this application is certified.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to jump back up to the first item on the agenda, which is a certification of a zoning map and zoning text amendments, UDAP designation and disposition of city-owned property, and city map amendments in Brooklyn Community Districts 2 and 6. This project will be presented by Jonathan Keller, Sagi Golan, and Amrita Mahesh.
And before the presentation, I'd actually like to note that in the last few moments, the judge lifted the stay on certification of this matter. And I'd also like to make some comments because today is such an important and utterly exciting day, and one that the department and Brooklyn's Gowanus community have been working towards for years. Through incredibly close collaboration and intricate sustained problem solving, residents, workers, business owners, alongside local city council members Brad Lander and Stephen Levin, and many dedicated New York City planners, we shaped the Gowanus neighborhood plan together. And today, we're now about to move the plan into the city's formal public review process, thus bringing us a giant step closer to building an inclusive, healthy, more equitable, and green future for this one-time industrial hub. The plan is good for this community and for our city as we move into a hopeful, resilient, sustainable, and equitable post-pandemic recovery. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the pervasive and pernicious racial and class divides among New York City neighborhoods, exposing systemic inequities that undermine families and communities. The Gowanus Neighborhood Plan seeks to address these very disparities by bringing some 2,000 healthy new affordable homes, and with an innovative approach to keeping Gowanus's mixed use, 3,500 new jobs to a greener Gowanus. The Gowanus Plan is an antidote to the status quo, a status quo that has long put wealthy, amenity-rich neighborhoods under glass and out of reach for too many New Yorkers. I want to recognize and acknowledge the challenging, long, and untiring efforts that have gotten us to this point. Alongside so many of our sister agencies, including DEP, HPD, Parks, and Transportation, City Planning's Brooklyn office has been actively working in Gowanus since 2006, or probably more accurately for decades before that. It's both humbling and hopeful to see an initiative that spans mayoral administrations and even generations finally enter ULURP. Kudos to the community members, elected officials, business owners, and urban planners that have willed the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan into existence. And I'm now going to turn it over to the trio of extraordinary planners who'll be making today's presentation. As Ryan noted, it will be Amrita Mahesh, Sagi Golan, who is taking a break from his paternity leave to be here today, and the visionary leader of the Gowanus Planning Initiative, Jonathan Keller.
Thank you, Chair Lago. I believe since this is a very long presentation, you don't want to hear hundreds of next slide, please. I'm going to share the presentation from my computer. So just bear with me while I do that. Okay, can you see the screen, the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Great. And just to conserve some bandwidth, I'm gonna turn my video off, but I'll be back so you can see my face. Thank you again, Chair Lago. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Jonathan Keller, Brooklyn office team leader and project manager of the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan. As noted, I am joined by my wonderful colleagues and friends from the Brooklyn office, Sigi Golan, senior lead urban designer, and Amrita Mahesh, senior urban designer. We are beyond thankful and excited to be here. We are honored to be sharing the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan and its proposed comprehensive rezoning on behalf of the Department of City Planning. And I too would like to just take a moment to make some acknowledgements, as we will share in a minute. There are two groups are the heart of this plan that we have consistently been beating, giving life and hope over the years for a better future. First, the Gowanus community, the strong leadership of local elected officials, including council members Lander and Levin, that helped shape the proposal and helped create the planning and organizing space for hard, messy conversations to occur. And the residents, business owners, community advocates, and developers that have given us their incredibly thoughtful input and feedback since day one. The second group are the current and former planners that have steadfastly served this neighborhood and dared to believe and hope of a restored and thriving neighborhood. These planners and public servants include our current Gowanus teammates, Jenna Rogoff and Amy Jin, Winston Von Engel and Alex Summer, and our prior teammates, including Katie Ferrara, Ianito, Connie Chan, Kevin Kraft, and Anna Min, Aileen Fader, Anna Satinsky, and those that came before us that worked on prior Gowanus planning efforts, including Jen Posner, Howard Slatkin, Purnima Kapoor, Stephen Leonard, and many more that would take up the rest of this afternoon. In addition, before we get into the meat of this, the importance of strong leadership and solid teams is a theme for us, and a characteristic that emerges in good comprehensive planning is time, as Marisa noted, time often transcending administrations and even generations. So we are here to talk about a neighborhood, but a lot has happened in the last year across all of our neighborhoods. An understatement, to be sure. COVID-19 has upended life as we know it. What we do know is evolving even after over a year into the pandemic. But what we do know is that the virus attacks the most vulnerable: essential workers, those in crowded units or in large families, those with underlying health conditions, and those that depend on institutions. Across all of these levels, we've seen the virus exploit and exacerbate the racial injustices and inequities that came to the forefront of our national consciousness since last summer. With so much rapid change, some have asked focused and fundamental questions, like, has the pandemic changed our understanding of reality? Has it upended previously held beliefs, assumptions, standards that this plan is based on? Has the need for the plan changed? Well, the plan is clearly even more urgent. In laying bare the persistent inequities in our society, COVID-19 has highlighted tenets and principles embedded in our planning for Gowanus. Issues such as equity, inclusion, environmental justice, open space and urban form, housing security, just to name a few. As noted before, the crisis has hit people living in crowded conditions. We need more housing to help alleviate crowded situations across the city. It has also highlighted our need for outdoor spaces just to be, and be safely. And Gowanus has a lack of open space today. And it has also highlighted our need for job generation and giving a broader group of people access to jobs and housing and open space in high opportunity areas. At our best, our planning is flexible enough to respond to the unforeseen and permanent enough to stand the test of time. The Gowanus plan responds to the needs of today and the future with significant new affordable homes, new jobs and new open space, including a waterfront park, new schools and incentives to keep Gowanus mixed use, improvements to infrastructure in NYCHA communities, a resilient shoreline and a greener canopy, and catalyzing brownfield cleanups. So to make all of this happen, we are proposing a number of land use changes that need to go through a public review process, which we will delve into detail later on in the presentation. Today, we are here to present the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan and its proposed rezoning in Brooklyn Community Districts 2 and 6. We do have a lot to cover this afternoon. We've broken up the presentation into various sections that will help answer some fundamental questions. What is the problem and why act now? What's the solution? And really, how do we go about finding a solution that is equitable and also consensus driven? And finally, what actions, policies, and resources are necessary to achieve this vision? We will first root our discussion in the neighborhood context of what we are solving for and why we should be acting now. So, once referred to as Gowanus Creek, the canal was originally a wide tidal creek with numerous small tributaries. Gowanus is most famous for its crucial role in the Battle of Brooklyn, where the Maryland 400 gave their lives for our nascent country, and in so doing, allowed General Washington to retreat and fight another day. One of my favorite quotes that sums this up from the Old Stonehouse's website is, "The Declaration of Independence was signed in ink at Philadelphia and signed in blood at Brooklyn." In 1846, Major Douglas drew up plans to drain and improve the Gowanus Meadows to accommodate approximately 200,000 people. But before those plans could be enacted, Daniel Richards of the Atlantic Dock Company proposed and received permission from the state to fill, dredge, and install bulkheads to create the Gowanus Canal as part of one of the first planned industrial districts in the country. The canal was crucial to the growth of Brooklyn, especially the growth of surrounding brownstone Brooklyn. The canal was a riparian, full-service, full life cycle commodity for the burgeoning mixed-use communities. It received barge traffic with materials that built the brownstones, that built the infrastructure to support a rapidly growing city, and the canal brought the fuel to heat the homes and businesses that it helped birth, and finally it received and dispensed the stormwater and sanitary waste of those very same homes and businesses as an open sewer. The success quickly led to the canal and surrounding blocks becoming overwhelmed with pollution and hazardous materials. Around the same time and just after World War II, the canal was a shell of its maritime self as a number of changes disrupted businesses throughout the area, including highway trucking. By the 1960s, the community was having regular discussions about what to do with the neighborhood. How can the area be cleaned up? And when, and then what should it be used for? How to support and plan for residential growth while also supporting jobs and businesses. Those existential questions, those messy and hard discussions kept on in the new millennium. Along with a number of community-driven planning reports, the Brooklyn office's 2007 to 2009 rezoning study rounded out an active decade planning for Gowanus. That neighborhood study was put on hold in 2010. The canal's designation as a federal Superfund site in 2010 and Superstorm Sandy in 2012 furthered conversations in bridging Gowanus, a local elected official-led process envisioning Gowanus's future and growth with members of the community, council members, and other elected officials. Meanwhile, these hard conversations of how to grow equitably and sustainably were occurring as the adjacent neighborhoods were downzoned and largely designated as historic districts. These actions have had a chilling effect on housing growth in these neighborhoods that are some of the wealthiest, healthiest, and most transit abundant and proximate job centers in the city. In response to the Community Board 6 request to study potential land use changes in Gowanus, a study process was launched in 2007, and a proposal for a 25-block area north of 3rd Street was shared in 2009. The proposal would have encouraged new affordable housing through the voluntary inclusionary housing program and new waterfront open space. As part of the overall neighborhood study, the Gowanus Green development on Public Place was proposed as a separate standalone action to facilitate approximately 775 units of mixed income housing, 75% of which would have been affordable homes and a new waterfront park. In parallel, the neighborhood and community advocated for Superfund designation of the canal, which occurred in 2010. In 2013, the record of decision laid out the proposed remedy and steps to be taken by responsible parties to clean up the canal. From 2013 to 2015, council members Brad Lander and Stephen Levin, in collaboration with other elected officials and the Pratt Center for Community Development, led a community-driven planning process called Bridging Gowanus. Bridging Gowanus put forth a broad vision for growth with recommendations and goals. Although Bridging Gowanus laid a vital foundation for a shared neighborhood vision and key priorities in connection with supporting growth, the report and its recommendations were developed without input from city agencies. It did not contain a land use proposal with location-specific strategies for use in bulk. Building upon this critical foundation of community planning and advocacy, the Gowanus Neighborhood Study launched in August of 2016 as part of a comprehensive effort to plan for the neighborhood's future. One of the first exercises we undertook was taking a broad look at key existing conditions. The two biggest influencers of land use patterns in Gowanus are the canal and the 1961 zoning resolution. The canal and its original industrial purpose bisects the neighborhood and significantly influence land use patterns and block and lot sizes. Up until the 1960s, the neighborhood was a naturally occurring live-work neighborhood where businesses evolved with market needs and residences were built nearby for workers. In 1961, the current zoning was put in place. The current zoning allows relatively low densities, 1 to 2 FAR for commercial and manufacturing. There are enormously high parking requirements, like 1 to 300 square feet for office space, and the range of uses are limited and do not allow residential. This has caused little to no new construction outside of hotels and self-storage facilities. The neighborhood's built context has largely remained the same since the 60s, with existing buildings being reused for a variety of commercial and open storage uses. The neighborhood is well served by public transit. There are 5 subway stations that ring the proposed rezoning area and multiple bus lines along major Brooklyn corridors. While most of the rezoning area is outside of the floodplain, many of the canal blocks are within the floodplain. And as you can see, this tracks with the blocks primarily impacted by Sandy in 2012. The median income in the census tracts that comprise the rezoning area is $115,000. The tracts with the NYCHA has a median income of $39,000. This compares to the Brooklyn median at $56,000 and New York City overall at $60,000. Gowanus and the surrounding neighborhoods are healthier and wealthier than other neighborhoods. For 2 to 3 decades, the land use changes downzoned and limited opportunities to housing, schools, and jobs in the surrounding neighborhoods. And school segregation in CB6 reflects similar patterns of housing segregation. Now we'll take a virtual or remote tour with a photo montage. This is a recent view, although we took this back in January, so recent is a relative term here. From the Union Street Bridge, looking north at the head end of the canal. Here you can see the Superfund barge dredging the canal began in November of 2020, a big milestone for the canal and the community. Looking north from the Carroll Street Bridge toward Union Street Bridge will be replaced post-dredging work. Looking north from the 9th Street Bridge, the Gowanus IBZ is on your right, and the 300 Huntington site is on your left in the foreground, with the rezoning area and Gowanus Green development sites in the background. Here is the DeGrasse Street end on the east side of the canal. This is a typical street end edge condition. A car dealership on 3rd Avenue and DeGrasse Street by Thomas Green Playground, and Thomas Green Playground itself, a very special place and important to the nearby NYCHA communities. This area has some of the only trees in the entire proposed rezoning area, providing shade and respite, and the very active and popular Double D pool. Properties are surrounding this park are some of the most contaminated in the entire rezoning area due to manufactured gas plants, spills, and a high water table. Adjacent this park is also the proposed DEP CSO open space, and there's an extraordinary opportunity to re-envision a new fabric around a remediated and reconnected Thomas Green playground adjacent NYCHA communities. A close-up of Carroll Street Bridge. This is the first landmark bridge in New York City. Do not go faster than 5 miles per hour on this bridge, or else you will find yourself fined 5 cents. Looking north on 3rd Avenue toward downtown Brooklyn. This is just a 10-minute walk to downtown Brooklyn. A little further up on 3rd Avenue with downtown Brooklyn in the background. And this is one of the 3 Wyckoff Gardens NYCHA buildings. A coffee roaster and retailer on Sackett Street. Looking north at Union Street and 4th Avenue toward downtown Brooklyn. Again, a 15-minute walk from this point. This is also the location of the Union Street R station, located on either side, southbound on your left and northbound on your right. The major intersection at 3rd Street and 3rd Avenue. Here is the old American Can Factory. It's a neighborhood institution, helped cultivate makers, artists in this repurposed building. It was designated a landmark in 2019 as part of the Gowanus Neighborhood Plan. Here we have residential homes on Carroll Street, part of the residential core of Gowanus that arose pre-1961 zoning. In the past couple of decades, and what you see in this photo are many lots along this stretch of Carroll Street have received BSA approval for new residences. Here we are along Union Street looking west with the Casket Factory warehouses to the south or left and grandfathered residences to the north or the right-hand side of the photo. This is not a unique story, but factory here is a bit of a misnomer now. The actual factory part relocated decades ago due to changes in both air code and to capture market efficiencies of being outside New York City with access to highways and trucking infrastructure. Since then, the business sold their operations to a multinational casket company who has used the name and location to their advantage. Butler Street looking east toward 3rd Avenue. Under the elevated F and G lines, looking up Smith Street at the newly renovated shade-tolerant St. Mary's Playground. Looking down 4th Street toward Bond Street. Here we are peering into the city-owned site known as Gowanus Green, currently undergoing remediation of the manufactured gas plant pollution by National Grid. And lastly, the first and so far only residences along the canal 363, 365 Bond, facilitated through a 2010 rezoning. The development is one of the only inclusionary housing developments in CB6. The Esplanade is one of the few places where the community can access the water and is used by pedestrians and families playing soccer and lots of dogs. So why act now? Years of debate and disagreement about how the neighborhood should or shouldn't change, how to clean up the canal and brownfields in a coordinated way, major environmental, economic, social, and technological events and shifts that have rapidly reshaped what it means to find a home, to find a job, to raise or not raise a family, to live a good life. What we know is that the status quo is not what the community wants. And years of no action have left brownfields to sit and contamination to spread, while the housing crisis explodes and climate change has made us more vulnerable and less resilient. So it's within this context of an incredibly volatile, uncertain, changing, and contentious world that the community requested a neighborhood study. And what we set out to solve for when we launched our engagement and outreach process in October 2016. So to get from we have these challenges to what do we want the future to be like and how can we shape it? When we launched in October 2016, we asked the community about how to approach setting Gowanus. And what we heard back and what we crafted resulted in a 4+ coming up on 5-year process. We held numerous meetings, both large and small. We also had an open call for 5 working groups that committed their time for 6 months to meet and do deep dives on various topics. Each group met 5 times with a working group summit. Each meeting lasted at least 3 hours, but we, for the most part, I think always went over that time. Truly an amazing experience. We met and heard from NYCHA Tenant Association meetings whenever they met. And we came out to the community events to share updates and get input and feedback. We also piloted our first online engagement tool to not only get input from a wider audience, but also to share information and archive documents from the working group process. And of course, we've consistently worked with Community Board 6, including what I think is now over 15, maybe potentially 20 meetings where we've shared info, taken hundreds of questions and solicited input, including this past fall, moving to remote meetings where we updated the community on the process and key topics, including the Gowanus Green Development Plans and overall infrastructure planning. This multi-year inclusive and expansive outreach program led to the planning and land use framework released in June of 2018. The Gowanus framework is a comprehensive framework of goals and strategies, and it includes recommended land use changes to be implemented as part of the overall Gowanus neighborhood plan. This process drew support and input from hundreds of local residents, workers, organizations, business and property owners, and elected officials, more than can be contained on just one slide, although I've tried. We have worked with a vast interagency group consisting of 17 other agencies along the way. So now we'll delve into some of the specifics of the plan as outlined in the framework and where progress has been made. The framework identified a number of resiliency and sustainability goals related to energy efficiency, infrastructure to meet increased demand, floodplain regulations with climate change in mind, and supporting an emergency response planning process. Since we released the June 2018 framework, we've made progress on a number of fronts, including meeting with local groups on next steps in their community emergency response planning process, completing major sewer upgrades and advancing innovative citywide stormwater rules that would result in a decrease in CSOs to the canal or combined sewer overflows to the canal. Progress in planning, design, and property acquisition for the CSO facilities at the head end of the canal, and incorporated guiding principles into the Gowanus Special District and Waterfront Access Plan. Similarly, there are a number of goals related to community and cultural resources, including public realm planning, school planning, and historic resources. We've made progress on a number of fronts here, including making upgrades to local parks, advancing plans to repurpose the old DeGrasse Street firehouse into a music education center, and landmarking 5 sites throughout the neighborhood, including the aforementioned can factory, the ASPCA building, Montauk Paint Building, the Gowanus Flushing Tunnel Pumping Station and Gatehouse, and the BRT Powerhouse. There are a number of goals related to environmental remediation, including supporting the overall cleanup of the canal, leveraging redevelopment to clean up upland brownfield sites, and to reduce local combined sewer overflows entering the canal. We've made progress on a number of fronts here too. In addition to the aforementioned new stormwater rule, placing E-designations on sites throughout the rezoning area and remediating our city-owned site would clean up upland brownfields that would otherwise remain contaminated. There are a number of goals related to housing that include advance affordable housing development on city-owned land and educate and engage residents on tenants' rights and fair housing issues. We've made progress on a number of fronts here too, including, in addition to the obvious one of proposing a rezoning to allow housing in Gowanus, an area that is proximate job centers, transit, and wealthier neighborhoods with good schools and other amenities. We've also held meetings around fair housing issues and updated the community on the Gowanus Green 100% affordable housing development. The city also released the Where We Live report, which included 6 goals with associated strategies and actions to fair housing. One strategy outlined is to increase housing opportunities in amenity-rich neighborhoods, and advancing neighborhood rezonings in Gowanus and Soho NoHo would do just that. We also know that this rezoning must directly benefit NYCHA residents. We understand this is a bottom line for many members of the community and for the council members. We are still working on a proposal and will come back to the community later on in ULURP. It is also important to acknowledge that NYCHA is still advancing necessary repairs through their own capital planning team and with the support of its PAC development partners. In the past 5 years, NYCHA has invested almost 30 million at Gowanus and Wyckoff houses. There's approximately 59 million of work in progress at Gowanus houses to make the campus more resilient. And at Warren Street, which is in this photo on the screen, NYCHA and its development partner have already begun making critical repairs and upgrades, and a complete rehab should be completed by fall of 2021. There are a number of goals in the framework related to economic and job development, including maintaining certain areas for non-residential use, increasing FAR and lower parking to requirements to encourage non-residential development, creating new contextual mid-density M districts. And we've made progress on a number of fronts, including we have a multifaceted approach to mixed use in Gowanus, including creating mid-density M districts that we will talk more about in a few moments. We've also made progress on creating a vision document for the Gowanus IBZ. That document will be released soon for the community board and others to review. The document is a vision plan with a land use framework to guide private applications. And the land use framework is coupled with targeted recommendations for infrastructure improvements and workforce development for the community to organize around and advocate for. There are a number of goals related to transportation, including improve pedestrian safety and access to public transit, and plan for connections between the CSO open space and Thomas Green Playground. We've made some progress on a couple of fronts, including completing the draft environmental impact statement and ultimately the FEIS that can be used by DOT and the community to plan and monitor for necessary improvements. We've also included transit easement zones and a transit bonus along 4th Avenue to promote improvements to the neighborhood R stations, which we'll also talk about more in a moment. And DOT has constructed a new 4-mile separated bike lane along 4th Avenue. We've also made progress in planning for the linear open spaces from Huntington Street to the head end of the canal in our Gowanus WAP. The fully built out Esplanade will be a social canal, active and resilient, as we will describe in detail shortly, but it will also be a people mover to both places inside and outside the neighborhood, connecting to new homes, businesses, and various transportation modes. We've given thought to how buildings and the open spaces interact around bridge crossings and where, if possible in the future, where a new canal crossing would be most advantageous. Lastly, there are a number of key principles and considerations that went into the land use framework, including using redevelopment to achieve a full cleanup of the area, balancing transformative growth with a sense of place and existing context, generating permanently affordable housing, including on the previously rezoned portion of 4th Avenue, and define where residential uses would remain prohibited and rethink zoning regulations that have hindered business growth. And lastly, becoming a model green neighborhood is an activity, not just words or statements. We've made progress on a number of fronts, including taking the detailed land use framework with its goals and strategies and have translated them into a comprehensive rezoning proposal, which we will get into now. I will start with a high-level overview of the zoning proposal and key concepts. The proposal would map new zoning districts and create the Gowanus Special Mixed Use District and Waterfront Access Plan, which would increase density for job-generating non-residential uses and eliminate parking requirements near mass transit. It would allow residential at appropriate densities and require a portion of new development to be permanently affordable housing for low and middle income New Yorkers. It would shape a resilient and active waterfront and considers and addresses existing neighborhood context through tailored urban design principles and regulations. It also promotes a mixing of uses throughout the neighborhood and in mixed-use developments. And I want to spend a moment on that last point and to introduce some key concepts of the proposal. We heard clearly and early the fear that if we allow residential everywhere, then everything would turn residential with ground floor lobbies and amenities. And while residential use and affordable housing are critical pieces of what the community wants to see, they did not want to lose part of the commercial and light industrial legacy. And we have had many conversations about how to do just that and to do it in a way that people had confidence would work. So what we've come up with is a multifaceted approach that uses the neighborhood scale, block scale, and building scale to encourage or require a mix of uses, commercial and light industrial, alongside a nearby residential use. At the neighborhood scale, we've maintained certain side streets as M districts, given certain conditions, including where there is a concentration of active commercial and light industrial businesses. At the block scale, we've paired M districts with residential districts, paid attention to the parity between the residential floor area ratio and the non-residential FAR. We tailored the bulk envelope to allow for either a residential building or a non-residential building or a mixed-use building at various amounts of mixing. This means in some areas like around Carroll and 3rd Avenue, where the proposed zoning has similar max FARs and there are smaller lots, we can expect to see some developers and owners decide that a fully non-residential building makes the most sense. We've also paid close attention to key corridors in areas that we wanted to activate with ground floor non-residential requirements. Outside of 4th Avenue, where the first ground floor requirements were created in the city, these include Union Street and around Thomas Green Playground. And then lastly, around new planned or renovated open space and where the proposed density and bulk envelopes are sufficient to accommodate it, we are proposing non-residential use incentives that allows developers to increase their total maximum FAR with non-residential uses only. So one of the non-residential use incentives would incentivize the inclusion of a wide range of non-residential uses that will be permitted in the underlying proposed districts. And the other would incentivize a more specific set of uses that include light industrial, arts-related, cultural, and civic uses, and repair and production services. And together, this is what you may have heard in the community conversation being called the Gowanus mix. This gets to the goal of activating the envisioned canal waterfront open spaces and around Thomas Green Playground with 1 to 2 stories of non-residential space. And the graphic you see here is illustrating the potential spectrum of outcomes around Thomas Green Playground, where the baseline on the left is a ground floor mixed use building. And due to the non-residential use requirement, and what we hope for with the use incentive and what we believe we should see are 2 stories of non-residential space, which are in the middle of the graphic. So by the numbers, this means nearly 8,500 new homes, 2,000 of which would be MIH units with 1,000 affordable homes on Gowanus Green, over 3,000 new jobs, and nearly 6 acres of new parks and open space. There's more in the weeds to this, so let's just jump to it. So to strengthen and support active job clusters throughout the area, we are proposing new mid-density M districts. These M districts will be applied to those previously mentioned side streets, and as we will see later, paired with appropriate residential districts. These new districts range from 3 FAR to 4 FAR districts. The higher 4 FAR district is located adjacent 4th Avenue and closer to transit. This district would allow 9 to 11-story buildings. The 3 FAR district would be mapped elsewhere in the rezoning area and allow 6 to 8 stories. In both districts, retail and entertainment would be capped at 2 FAR, which is the existing zoning's max FAR for such uses. No parking would be required for commercial or light industrial uses. The new districts would fill a gap in our non-residential toolbox and promote modern-day loft buildings that support an active streetscape and spaces desirable for today's businesses. To encourage a mix of uses, reinforce the live-work character of the neighborhood and balance scale, encouraging growth and creating opportunities for affordable housing, we are proposing medium to moderate density residential districts paired with those new M districts. These districts are proposed based on existing nearby contexts, street widths, and opportunities to leverage new development to accomplish those previously discussed goals of activating open spaces and corridors and remediating brownfields. The M1 2 FAR R6B district would allow residential at 2.2 FAR and non-residential at 2 FAR and have an envelope that allows 5 to 6 story buildings. This district is proposed primarily for the area around Carroll Street and 3rd Avenue where existing lower scale residences exist. The M1 3 FAR R6A and the M1 3 FAR R7A proposed districts would have a residential FAR of 3.6 and 4.6 and a building envelope that allows 6 to 8 and 7 to 9 story buildings respectively. The MR7A is proposed along Union Street, which is a wide street at 80 feet. And the MR6A is proposed in certain mid-blocks with less active businesses and job clusters and 60-foot street widths. All new development would have to provide a portion for affordable housing, and market rate residential parking requirements would be 20%. As noted, a key goal that came out of our listen and learn phase was to help keep Gowanus mixed use. So far, we've been talking about how we are doing that at the neighborhood and block level, and here we're promoting a mix of uses and new mixed use developments. A crucial place to do so is around Thomas Green Playground. As mentioned previously, a residential park used heavily by NYCHA communities and surrounded by brownfields and former industrial warehouses. This is a unique mix and condition, and we looked at how we can make sure new development supports the cleanup and revitalization of the park while promoting a mixed use character. We do not want to see residential only buildings fronting on this park that is used by NYCHA residents. The equity lens here drives us to try to avoid a sense of privatization of this space. It is a public park and we need to protect that feel. To do so, we are proposing a M14 FAR R7X district that allows a total max FAR of 6.0 with a max residential FAR of 5.6 FAR and a non-residential FAR of 4. The only way new developments achieve their max FAR is to provide a mix of uses through the non-residential use incentives described earlier. The district would allow buildings to rise 10 to 14 stories. All new development would have to provide a portion for affordable housing, and market rate residential parking requirements would be 20%. We're also proposing to apply ground floor non-residential use requirements around the park. So along with the non-residential use incentive, we hope to encourage multi-floor mixed use developments, which would not only help character-wise on the street level, but also with providing space for local businesses and artisans and makers. The density and height proposed here is key to accommodating the non-residential space in new buildings and the vision of a mixed use context. We are proposing 2 proposed residential districts, which would be outside the special district. These are aimed at contextualizing a block on Warren Street, which is built up with row homes and currently zoned R6 and proposes R6B, and to provide redevelopment opportunities on Mary Star of the Seas parking lot. To support the continued revitalization of 4th Avenue and further improve the streetscape, we are proposing a C44D district at a R9A equivalent, allowing active uses to replace parking and mapping transit easement zones and applying a transit bonus along 4th Avenue. The proposed C44D would have a residential FAR of 8.5, a community facility FAR of 6.5, and a commercial FAR of 3.4. The proposal also applies MIH to both sides of 4th Avenue from Pacific Street to 15th Street, which currently has no affordable housing requirements or incentives. So it is true that the Gowanus study and proposal is like a Russian babushka doll. It's so complex. There's a study and a proposal with a study and a proposal with a study and a proposal. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sagi Golan, who will walk you through the canal corridor and some of the other aspects of the zoning proposal. Sagi?
Thank you, Jonathan. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I hear you just fine.
Great. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Sagi Golan. I'm the Senior Lead Urban Designer for the Boken Office. I'm very excited to present to you today. We worked for many years to get to this important milestone. The canal is undoubtedly the crown jewel of the rezoning, and as urban designers and planners, we work tirelessly and passionately to ensure we leverage the canal's sense of place and promote the creation of an exciting urban environment. I will be presenting the urban design framework for the canal and proposed bulk envelopes, and I will be followed by Amrita Mahesh, who will be presenting our waterfront access plan for Gowanus. I'll start off by noting that the envelopes for buildings along the canal were crafted hand in hand with the potential for a variety of open spaces as part of the waterfront access plan for Gowanus. They're intended to complement each other to form a holistic urban design approach for this unique feature, which is the Gowanus Canal. Next slide. The canal corridor, highlighted in teal color on this map, is comprised of 13 full and non-contiguous blocks lining the Gowanus Canal to the east and to the west. The proposed zoning leverages the unique nature of the canal with the goal of creating a vibrant, accessible, resilient, and diverse waterfront esplanade with a mix of uses, new housing, including permanently affordable housing, commercial, artist, and makerspace. Next slide. The canal sub-area is proposed to be rezoned to an M14 R72, which is a medium-density mixed-use district with a maximum residential FAR of 4.4, a maximum non-residential FAR of 3, and a maximum total FAR of 5. Similarly to the enhanced mixed use, the total maximum FAR could be only achieved through a use of the incentive FAR, which is a total of 0.6 FAR split into 2. 0.3 FAR can be used towards a specific subset of non-residential uses, and the remaining 0.3 FAR could be used for a broader set of non-residential uses. We expect this incentive FAR to be widely used on ground floors and second floors of the developments, which would help activate the canal and surrounding streets and will promote the continued mix of uses that is the defining character of Gowanus today. In addition, there will be no parking required for non-residential uses, and the parking requirement for residential uses would be 20% of the total market rate units. No parking will be required for MIH units. Any parking that will be provided in development would be required to be wrapped and screened. Along bridge crossings, there will be an active non-residential use requirement to better activate the canal at these important east-west junctures. The canal is a 100-foot wide water body that generally runs north to south. Private properties that front the canal will be required to provide a short public walkway, upland connections, and visual corridors in accordance with the waterfront access plan. We broke the canal to 3 distinct segments for this presentation. They all share similar principles, but have slight variations in the proposed bulk provisions. These variations respond to unique features, site configurations, and adjacencies. The upper canal, north of Carroll Street, will have smaller and regularly shaped blocks. These are some of the more constrained sites within the corridor as they are relatively shallow and surrounding streets are considered narrow. The mid-canal, to the south of Carroll Street, has deeper and larger lots. It includes unique resources such as the First Street turning basin that is to be daylighted in the coming years as part of the remediation efforts, and the landmark BRT powerhouse. Finally, the lower canal consists of our largest and deepest sites along the canal and can be considered a super block as streets terminate its perimeter. It also includes a large city-owned site, also known as Public Place. As mentioned, canal envelopes will vary slightly between the sub-areas, but all respond to context, specific site configuration, while providing flexibility to promote unique and varied architecture. The envelopes respond to the following urban design principles as illustrated in the following slides. Buildings will step down to the lower scale neighborhood context, such as Carroll Gardens and Boron Hill to its west. Next. Tower portions of buildings would be set back from side streets to ensure sufficient light and air and enhance visual connections to the waterfront. Tower locations will ensure minimal impact on open spaces, internal courtyards, and the pedestrian experience. Developments along the canal will ensure the continuity of public access along the waterfront and from bridges and adjacent streets. And finally, regulations would encourage flood resilient designs of our waterfront and continuity across developments along the canal. We considered resiliency from various angles, which will be discussed throughout this presentation. At the building scale, bulk regulations would be flexible enough to facilitate flood mitigation strategies. Together, zoning for coastal flood resiliency provisions, the proposed zoning would ensure that properties along the canal are able to comply with Appendix G regulations, while also promoting a vibrant streetscape. The proposed typology for the canal blocks achieves the following goals. To promote a quality pedestrian experience, base heights that are the most perceived from the pedestrian perspective are kept low to help relate to various more intimate adjacencies. To provide adequate light and air to the waterfront and surrounding streets, towers are limited in location, length, and width, and their top floors required to be articulated. To ensure access from bridges to the waterfront feel public and inviting, active uses to the ground floor at key bridge crossings are required. To promote a variety of experiences and spatial conditions, there is flexibility in locating street walls along the shore public walkway. And lastly, we would like to promote design excellence. The envelopes ensure sufficient built-in flexibility to do that. We'll now describe in a bit more detail the variations between each of the canal sub-areas, as mentioned before. Each of the sub-areas are responsive to the urban design principles established. Next slide. Sites within the upper canal sub-area follow a similar typology. The base of buildings along the canal and side streets are kept at 5 to 6 stories along Bond Street and 6 to 8 stories along narrower side streets in the canal. Any height about 8 stories is defined as a tower. In order to position towers toward the middle of the block, generous setbacks of 30 feet from the shore public walkway and Nevin streets are required. Additionally, a setback of 65 feet from Bond Street will also be required on sites west of the canal. Moreover, the following set of controls are established. Towers' narrower frontage will face the canal. On each block, there shall be a maximum of 2 towers. One tower will be able to reach a maximum height of 225 feet, while the other tower can only reach a height of 175 feet due to a required minimum difference in height between the two. The taller tower on the block must be located on the northern portion of the block to ensure light and air to courtyards. Waterfront tower length will be limited to 130 feet in length, and the top 4 stories above 175 feet will have a footprint restriction to promote tower top articulation. It should be noted that not in all cases 2 towers are needed to achieve the maximum FAR allowed for a site. This speaks to the flexibility of these envelopes. In the illustration on the slide, you can see that under these bulk regulations, a variety of built outcomes may excellence and visual diversity. Next slide. As illustrated in this view, taken from Union Street Bridge looking north, you may see how the lower base height is defining the canal frontage and how towers are pushed away from the shore public walkway. Active uses on the ground floor will also animate the waterfront. The mid-canal blocks follow the same principles as the upper canal blocks, with some exceptions. to specific site and canal conditions and adjacencies. I will be using the following bird's eye view that illustrates a version of a full build out of this sub-area to better explain some of the unique site conditions for this sub-area and how specific regulations respond to them. For example, the highlighted site south of Carroll Street will be required to provide a visual quarter at the elongation of Niven Street as part of the waterfront access plan, shown in pink on the slide. It also has a frontage on the First Street turning basin, which will be restored, and therefore a 20-foot short public walkway will be required along this basin, also part of the waterfront access plan. These conditions necessitated some modifications to tower locations and dimensions for this particular site. Next slide. For sites that front 3rd Street, which is a wide street measuring 80 feet in width, greater base heights will be permitted, 85 feet instead of 65 feet in the upper canal. Additionally, a transition height between the base of the building and towers is introduced for added flexibility and variety. The height is set at 115 feet. The prominent corner site where the canal turns from west to north will only include a single tower and will anchor this important view. Next. This is an existing condition view looking north from 3rd Street Bridge. On the left, you can see Lightstone development and its waterfront public access area. On the right, hidden behind the trees, is the landmark BRT powerhouse. Next. As you can see in this illustrative sketch, through a combination of waterfront access plans provisions and its open space strategies and the bulk regulations proposed, we can enhance visual connections to the north and the downtown Brooklyn skyline, this First Street turning basin, and the landmark BRT powerhouse. The canal will be animated with active ground floor uses and a new waterfront esplanade with new seating, lighting, planting, and other amenities will be accessible to the public. Next. Finally, the lower canal consists of the two of our largest sites along the canal. I will be using the following axonometric view to illustrate the bulk strategies for this sub-area. The lower canal consists of two large lots shown in pink. One is city-owned, also known as public place, and the other is privately owned. The site has an elevated rail infrastructure running alongside Smith Street. An existing sewer easement hatched in gray on this slide runs diagonally across the privately owned site. This sewer easement cannot be built on. As part of the actions, which we will be discussing in more detail later in this presentation, a mapping action for a public park is proposed and will create an 1.5 acre neighborhood park along the Gowanus Canal, shown in green. Next. Also part of the proposed actions, streets will be mapped through these parcels shown in gray, breaking the super block into 3 more walkable development blocks. Enhanced circulation through the site and will create a more public feel to the park. Next. On the southern block, a required shore public walkway and supplemental public access area will create a continuous access along the canal to Huntington Street and the 300 Huntington Street WPAA, currently in public review. To complement these site planning moves, site constraints, and to respond to what we heard from the community during the outreach sessions on Gowanus Green, we worked closely with the development team for Gowanus Green and HPD to craft bulk regulations for the city-owned site and ensure that they are aligned to the site to the south. Next slide. First, base heights will vary across the site to respond to the various adjacencies. Along Smith Street, base heights will increase north to south to respond to the elevated rail that also slopes upward along the street. Base heights also respond to the proposed map street widths, future park, and WPAA provided on the privately owned sites. Next. Above these base heights, and similar to the mid-canal approach, transition heights are permitted after a required setback. Transition heights are proposed to be 145 feet but step down along Smith Street and 5th Street to 115 feet and 95 feet as illustrated. As a reminder, any building portion above the transition height will be considered a tower. Next, tower locations will vary across the subarea's development blocks. To respond to the community's desire for heights to step down to the future park and locate a school across the street from the park, the Gowanus Special District will allow towers on the northern block between the Kerr Street and 5th Street to be located in the middle of the block. On the rest of the blocks within the sub-area, towers will be permitted towards the waterfront and away from Smith Street, consistent with the approach for the rest of the canal sub-areas. Next. As shown in this illustration of a potential full build-out, you can see the towers step down to the park while being pushed away from Smith Street. You may also see that this approach does not cluster all towers together, but pushes them away from each other to provide relief, variety, and light and air. Next. As shown in section A cutting through the northern block, towers will be required to be pushed 150 feet away from Smith Street and Hoyt Street extension. Towers within this block will be permitted to rise to 285 feet. Similarly to the rest of the canal framework, there will be a required height difference between the towers. Section B runs through the southern block and illustrates the relationship of towers to the waterfront esplanade and elevated rail. Here too, the tower is pushed 80 feet away from Smith Street and 30 feet away from the Shore Public Walkway. The block's size and configuration necessitated additional height to accommodate efficient footprints, the new streets, and required waterfront open spaces. The site benefits from its proximity to the elevated structure, which acts as a buffer and makes the location appropriate for the proposed tower height of 305 feet. Next. And Gowanus Green, as mentioned, Gowanus Green is located in the Lower Canal sub-area and is the only city-owned site within the sub-area. We would like to share an overview of the proposal, which the proposed actions are facilitating. Next. The site is located between two F and G subway stations. It is currently vacant and undergoing targeted remediation by National Grid. Next slide. As Jonathan mentioned, the site was part of an earlier neighborhood planning process where the development team was selected for a majority affordable housing project with a waterfront park. Next slide. In November 2018, DCP and HPD hosted a community workshop around community goals and priorities, site massings, and open space programming. City staff facilitated a number of activities focused on overall vision, site planning, urban design, or open space. This feedback has greatly informed the re-envisioned proposal we are sharing as part of the neighborhood plan today. Next, the project goals for Gowanus Green stem from the community goals and feedback that we received during the planning process and include planning for a holistic, sustainable community around the new public park, new streets, and a school with a much needed 100% affordable housing development. Next, the nearly 1,000 units of affordable housing would be integrated with retail and community facility space on the ground floor along Smith Street and LeCoeur Street, shown in red and blue. Location for a school fronting the future park, shown in light blue, and the ground floor masonettes and activating adjacent streets, shown in yellow. Given its location directly between two F&G subway stations, the remediation efforts, and high water table, the development would not include parking spaces. This bird's eye view looking north, showing the proposed buildings, school location, and relationship to the park. And the following bird's eye view looking south illustrates how proposed buildings step down towards Smith Street and the location of height in the middle of the block to provide additional light and air to the park. Next. The open spaces for the projects are integral of the projects are designed to capture rainwater and clean it through a series of bioswales and rain gardens. It is part of an overall goal of the project to capture 100% of stormwater that falls on the site and plays its part in the overall community goals of reducing CSOs and making Gowanus a greener, more resilient neighborhood. Next. The site is also located at a high point along the canal and gently slopes up from the canal. Due to its size, the site is very conducive to grading strategies that can take into account future flood risk. The park and public streets would be graded such that they are located above the 2020s to 2050s projected flood elevations. Buildings would have additional freeboard up to 6 feet above design flood elevation at certain locations, as seen in this section. Next, the development team is also working with DOT to design the Kerr Street as a shared street with seating, a continuous bioswale, and a bike path that will prioritize pedestrians. Next, the development team is also proposing a mid-block pedestrian walkway lined with multiple entrances to ground floor units and rain gardens. Gowanus Green, together with the urban design framework for the canal, will set the stage for a transformative new phase for Gowanus Canal and Equitable. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Amrita Mahesh, who will walk you through the waterfront access plan for Gowanus.
Thank you, Sagi. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am very excited to be here today to share an overview of the proposed waterfront access plan for the Gowanus Canal. I'm also going to turn off my video to conserve bandwidth. Waterfront access plans are a zoning tool used to develop specialized requirements along a waterfront area to address unique conditions. The Gowanus Canal was included in the 2009 citywide waterfront zoning text amendment as an area that would trigger public access based on a combination of permitted land use and actual development. The Gowanus Canal is approximately 100 feet wide. This slide shows a scale comparison with other areas in the city subject to waterfront zoning, such as the Inwood and Greenpoint Williamsburg waterfronts located along much wider waterways like the Harlem River and the East River. The difference in scale really highlights the need to tailor waterfront zoning to suit the unique canal geography and built context. In developing the waterfront access plan, something we were particularly mindful of is the two-sided nature of this narrow canal with potential for public access on both sides. We carefully considered what the pedestrian experience would be like along a linear network of open spaces right across from each other. We also took into account aspects such as views to and from the canal, the configuration of the canal itself, which shifts south of Carroll and 3rd Streets, and how future public access areas would connect to east-west canal crossings. The proposed WAP provisions are intended to be responsive to distinctive neighborhood characteristics, as well as the Gowanus community's vision for the future of the canal, which we've learned through the engagement process and the public realm working group. The proposed regulations complement community-led visioning efforts, such as the Gowanus Lowlands. Some of the guiding principles that shape the waterfront access plan include adapting waterfront zoning to better suit the canal and promoting a variety of design outcomes, ensuring sufficient zoning and design flexibility to address site planning challenges in flood zones, incentivizing strategies that could provide longer-term ecological benefits, particularly following the cleanup of the canal, and planning for sea level rise adaptation. I would also note that we have reviewed several waterfront public access area precedents to inform the proposed WAP regulations. The vision for the future of the canal is to promote a wide variety of design features, from programmed public spaces, community amenities, and active edges to passive open spaces offering respite and natural shoreline edges. This spectrum of examples summarizes what we've heard during the outreach process. The proposed zoning is intended to be flexible enough to facilitate different permutations of these potential design outcomes. And similar to the canal bulk envelopes, promoting interesting and varied architecture, the WAP would support excellence in landscape design. The WAP regulations are intended to work across different scales. Certain baseline requirements that apply at the canal scale aim to ensure a cohesive public realm experience and provide a menu of options to facilitate a range of possibilities. Parcel-specific requirements are tailored to respond to specific locations with unique conditions, and site scale provisions are focused on providing site planning and design flexibility. As mentioned previously, flood resilience and climate change adaptation approaches are core guiding principles for the WAP proposal. We've reviewed best practices and lessons learned from recent precedents to ensure that the proposed zoning does not hinder site-scale resiliency strategies. And additionally, the WAP would include provisions to encourage resilient shorelines through green infrastructure and performative landscape design for stormwater management. The waterfront access plan would include 13 waterfront blocks within the proposed rezoning area. Waterfront parcels with canal frontage are shown here in blue and purple and have a public access percentage requirement consistent with standard waterfront zoning regulations. The sites in the lighter shade of blue with frontage along the turning basin are located just outside of the canal corridor sub-area and would have a site-specific requirement. There are two existing waterfront public access areas on the west side of the canal as part of the residential developments located between Carroll and 2nd Street, and another waterfront public access area on the east side of the canal, just outside the rezoning area at the corner of 3rd Street and 3rd Avenue. The waterfront access plan would establish locations for public access elements such as shore public walkways, upland connections, and visual corridors. Shore public walkways, typically 40 feet in width, would be required along the water's edge to form a continuous esplanade. For certain constrained waterfront parcels, shore public walkways with a width of 30 feet would be required. The 30-foot width would apply to shallow or irregularly shaped sites, as well as sites with two shoreline frontages, generally located on the west side of the canal between 3rd and 5th Streets, and on the east side, north of 1st Street. The deeper sites on the east side of the canal between 1st and 3rd Streets would have the standard 40-foot requirement. Where public streets do not lead to the water's edge, upland connections would be mapped at the prolongation of the existing street grid to enhance connectivity. The WAP would require visual corridors from 3rd Street to the canal, as well as at the extension of Nevin Street to improve visual access to the 1st Street turning basin, which is proposed to be excavated and restored as part of the Superfund cleanup. Visual access to the basin would also be required from 3rd Avenue at the prolongation of 1st Street. Over half of the parcels along the canal would trigger a supplemental public access area or SPAA requirement. SPAAs would be required to be located adjacent to street ends or as widened portions of the shore public walkway. The option to place SPAAs closer to street ends would provide opportunities to enhance entrances to sites, whereas the widened shore public walkway option would allow for an expanded esplanade condition. In addition, the WAP would modify location and proportion requirements for supplemental public access areas at certain parcels to respond to site-specific conditions such as grading, the presence of bridge structures, or the turning basin. This slide illustrates 3 waterfront parcels generally located in the mid-canal area where modified SPAA requirements would apply. As mentioned previously, the 1st Street turning basin is expected to be restored as part of the canal cleanup. The basin would be approximately 50 feet wide and tapers to a narrower width towards the eastern end. The WAP would require public access with a minimum width of 20 feet along the turning basin. These areas would have design requirements consistent with shore public walkways, with seating, planting, minimum lighting, and signage. In order to ensure continuity of public access across waterfront sites, the WAP would require street ends adjacent to waterfront public access areas to be improved as upland access, connecting to adjacent shore public walkways and public sidewalks. The WAP would include requirements for circulation paths, planting and seeding, and DCP is working with the Parks Department and DOT on a memorandum of understanding specific to street end segments. In this section, I'm going to walk through some of the proposed WAP revisions that typically fall under one or more of the objectives noted here. Encourage variety, activation, and quality design, incentivize community amenities, and promote resiliency and sustainability. As we go through the proposed requirements, each slide will also highlight which of these broader goals we're aiming to promote. Through the precedent research process, we learned that there is a need to right-size the minimum planting requirements, particularly for added flexibility to accommodate different design features and programming. A lower planting requirement also provides the ability to more easily mitigate grading challenges for sites in flood zones that may include bi-level esplanades and ramped pathways for accessibility. The WAP would lower the baseline planting requirement from 50% to 35%. The WAP would also allow further reductions as of right, up to 30%, if designs accommodate certain amenities such as play areas, boat launches, water features, and dog runs. We are proposing to eliminate the lawn requirement on smaller sites, which often pose operational and maintenance related challenges, and instead require lawns on larger sites. This is intended to ensure that when lawns are provided, they are of adequate size to offer meaningful public access. Sites with SPAAs greater than 15,000 square feet would be required to provide a lawn. We are also proposing to allow a substitution of the lawn with active recreation to provide a broader menu of options for programming of large open spaces. In addition, on larger sites where supplemental public access areas are greater than 15,000 square feet, kiosks up to 400 square feet would be allowed to encourage activation and to provide additional space for business needs or for multiple operators. On smaller sites, the baseline limit of a maximum of 150 square feet for kiosks would remain. Next slide. The WAP would modify minimum requirements for circulation paths in order to provide greater site planning flexibility and promote opportunities for narrower pathways that lend themselves to more immersive landscape experiences. The primary path is proposed to be a minimum of 10 feet, and the secondary path a minimum of 4 feet 6 inches. While the WAP would modify the minimum requirement, designs can continue to accommodate wider pathways wherever necessary to provide ADA accessibility. The WAP would expand the definition of what qualifies as required planting to include intertidal planting in order to promote softer shorelines and water-tolerant species. Up to 30% of the minimum required planting square footage can be provided as intertidal planting areas. The WAP would establish dimensional requirements and other parameters as well to facilitate optimal growing conditions. We are proposing to modify grading requirements for pathways adjacent to planted areas to more easily mitigate grade changes on sites with bi-level esplanades and higher flood elevations. Currently, pathways can be up to 18 inches above or below adjacent planted areas. The WAP would increase the dimension to 3 feet above or below adjacent planted areas. The WAP would establish elevations for portions of the esplanade to protect against long-term daily tidal flooding based on the higher end 90th percentile sea level rise projections for the 2100s, while also allowing some flexibility to encourage closer interaction with the water's edge. Okay. A minimum of 80% of the required circulation path would have to be located no less than 6 feet above the shoreline. Relief would be afforded to sites that include get downs, which may necessitate pathways at lower elevations. The WAP would also modify the minimum width and location requirements for screening buffers to promote greater interaction between the ground floors of buildings with active uses and public access areas. The WAP would lower the minimum width from 10 feet to 4 feet. A reduced buffer width would also allow for a broader range of public access area design layouts and configurations. We are proposing a lower minimum illumination requirement for all walkable areas within WPAAs to respond to the narrow width of the canal and ambient light expected from buildings along the shore public walkways on both sides of the canal. For consistency with city standards, the requirement is streamlined to meet a DOT's recommended illuminance and uniformity levels for sidewalks. The WAP would incentivize comfort stations, which are an essential public amenity, by exempting up to double the floor area of the facility, provided that it is located within or has an entrance along the waterfront public access area. Additionally, the amount of supplemental public access area may be reduced by an amount equal to the size of the comfort station. The WAP also includes provisions intended to activate the building facades along waterfront public access areas. Balconies up to 4 feet in depth would be allowed to be located at or above the 3rd story along shore public walkways to enhance the social aspect of being able to look across the canal. To promote sustainable building design, the WAP would allow sun control devices as permitted obstructions along the shore public walkways, in line with existing zone green provisions that apply along street frontages. In response to what we've heard during the engagement process about promoting a cohesive design language across all waterfront sites through some consistent elements, the WAP would establish required railing and lighting fixtures. We have worked closely with the Parks Department and DOT on reviewing the proposed fixtures. The railing design was developed by the Gowanus Canal Conservancy, a local organization whose work is centered around community stewardship and facilitating an ecologically sensitive and resilient vision for the Gowanus watershed. The truss railing design is inspired by the structural elements of the Gowanus Culver Viaduct. The WAP would allow 2 railing infill options, a mesh panel or a vertical rail option. The proposed light fixture is a DOT standard PBTA pedestrian pole in black with the teardrop luminaire. The WAP would require these consistent railing and lighting fixtures, which are prominently visible elements in the WPAA, to provide a unified aesthetic across waterfront sites, while also allowing for flexibility and variation with other design elements. Based on lessons learned from previous WAPs, the specificity of the requirements has been kept to a minimum. Additionally, if standards referenced in the WAP were to evolve in the future, the proposed text would allow the chairperson, in consultation with the Parks Department and DOT, to approve a comparable design through the waterfront certification process. Various WAP provisions are intended to work in tandem and encourage designs that enhance interaction with the water's edge, while also improving visual and physical connectivity with building frontages, anticipated to include a mix of uses. The proposed WAP requirements would offer a flexible design framework that promotes active, vibrant, and resilient esplanades. The waterfront access plan would transform the canal over time into a nearly 6-acre linear network of diverse open spaces that would be bookended by existing and planned larger public spaces such as Thomas Green Playground, the CSO facility open space, and the public park at Gowanus Green. Access to this linear network would be enhanced through improved street ends, safe pedestrian crossings, and tree-lined streets. I'll end with this sketch that illustrates some of the design outcomes we envision. The WAP regulations are intended to celebrate and enhance the unique characteristics of the Gowanus Canal, in particular the narrowness and immersive experience attributed to the scale of the canal. The activity and uses envisioned along the waterfront sites are meant to reinforce what is inherently a social canal, lined with vibrant and resilient public spaces. And with that, I will turn it back over to Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you, Siggy and Amrita, and thank you to the Commission for sticking with us. We have a few more slides, but we are getting towards the end. So much of what we've described would be facilitated through the Gowanus Special Mixed Use District that would include special rules for both waterfront and upland blocks. To ensure retail continuity, an active and vibrant streetscape, and active bridge crossings, we are proposing broad, non-residential ground floor requirements along 4th Avenue, Union Street, portions of 3rd Avenue around Thomas Green Playground, and a portion of Smith Street near the Smith and 9th Street station. Also at key bridge junctures, we are proposing commercial requirements to help activate bridge crossings as part of the continuous waterfront open space. As mentioned in more detail above, the special district would create use incentives to be applied to higher density areas around key open spaces. The special district can help facilitate new schools through zoning that encourages developers to include new schools in their mixed use developments. The special district would allow the largest sites that can handle and accommodate a school in its base, to exempt up to 60,000 square feet of school space. On sites along the canal that are large enough to accommodate a school at their base, building heights could rise by 4 additional stories to accommodate a school without compromising the urban design principles that guide building forms along the canal that was just described. Acknowledging that there are some sites that may have unique programming or site conditions, or may assemble differently over time, we're also including a discretionary action whereby a developer may seek additional exemptions in height and envelope relief. This would require additional review from the Community Board and City Planning Commission to determine if the relief is necessary and appropriate. And just a note, a discretionary action also includes its very own environmental review. To ensure coordination and encourage development to support major transit improvements for a growing neighborhood, we are proposing transit easement zones and a transit bonus along 4th Avenue. First up, the transit easement zones. These zones would extend 50 feet from a station envelope on 4th Avenue. All redevelopments within these zones will be required to work with the MTA and City Planning Chairperson to determine if a volume easement is required before the Department of Buildings will issue any building permits. The transit bonus would be applicable to a 500-foot buffer from the station envelope along 4th Avenue. The special district would allow the City Planning Commission through discretionary action to increase the density and height in exchange for funding and constructing significantly improved access like elevators and stairs at subway stations along 4th Avenue. The bonus would be commensurate with the improvement. And we've also made it so offsite improvements can be made. We do want to cast a big net to make sure the improvements are made so a site does not have to be on top of where a new entrance can be built, but could fund and construct an improvement at a station on a different piece of land in exchange for the floor area bonus. And we have also included a specific chair certification for an identified set of improvements needed at the southbound Union Street station entrance. This would be ministerial and allow an increase in density and height of 20% in exchange for new access to the station. Gowanus is home to a number of established institutions like the Can Factory with large former industrial buildings that have been repurposed. Cognizant that some may want to take advantage of the new zoning on their sites while maintaining their businesses or mission, and that integrating these old big buildings with modern construction and additional floor area is very challenging. We're also creating a CPC authorization to support existing large mixed-use sites seeking to redevelop while integrating new development with substantial existing buildings. The authorization, which would apply to zoning lots greater than 40,000 square feet, and which contain predominantly non-residential uses, would allow for modifications to height and setback regulations and use, parking, and streetscape regulations to promote a mixed-use development with a superior site plan and design that better relates to the zoning lot, adjacent streets, and surrounding neighborhood. Just note, this would not be applicable on canal sites, and likely only a handful of sites would be able to use this. We've also looked at where we could widen sidewalks without impinging on the ability for lots to redevelop. These are along the 50-foot wide Nevin Street from Warren to Carroll Streets, and along 5th Street between Smith and Hoyt Streets, and along 3rd Avenue between Union and Warren Street. To address site and environmental conditions, encourage a more vibrant, active, and safe streetscape, and encourage alternative modes of transportation, we are proposing to eliminate parking requirements for non-residential uses, reduce the market rate housing requirements to 20%, and increase the cap allowed for car share vehicles in a development. We are also proposing flexibility in citing required parking spaces in off-site and joint parking facilities throughout the special district. So the specific actions, DCP, HPD, DCAS, and Parks Department are proposing a suite of land use actions. Amendments to the zoning map to change existing low density light manufacturing and commercial districts to mid to higher density mixed use residential, commercial, and light manufacturing districts along the canal in major corridors, and to contextual mid density residential and light manufacturing districts along side streets. Zoning text amendments to establish the special Gowanus mixed use district, create the Gowanus waterfront access plan, replace the 4th Avenue enhanced commercial district, and apply MIH options 1, 2, and 3 within the rezoning area. We're also proposing designation of city-owned land on block 471, lots 1 and 100, also known as the Gowanus Green Development Site or disposition area, as an urban development action area, approval of the project as an urban development action area project, and disposition approval for the disposition area. We're also proposing concurrent city map amendments to acquire and map portions of block 471, portions of lots 100 and 100 as parkland, remove the public place designation on block 471, map new public streets on block 471, and demap 7th Street between Smith Street and the Gowanus Canal. The proposed park mapping application includes 2 alteration maps to allow flexibility in planning for the potential school across Hoyt Street. Timing of the development and the school need are still TBD, and discussions between SCA, DOE, and parks will of course continue well beyond ULURP. Including 2 maps now gives flexibility in our approvals if a portion of the envisioned park needs to be dedicated as a school playground. The application will be reviewed and approved during ULURP, and either of those maps could ultimately be selected and filed at the BP's office or Borough President's office. Lastly, disposition of city-owned property. DCAS, on behalf of the Economic Development Corporation, who is acting as project sponsor, is seeking approval to dispose of city-owned property in the form of 1 or more easements located at 276 4th Avenue, block 456, lot 29, between Carroll Street and 1st Street, pursuant to the proposed zoning. The parcel is currently zoned M12 and used by the MTA as a transit authority substation, known as the Garfield substation. The substation would remain active on the site, and the new zoning would allow new mixed income housing, including permanently affordable units at a maximum FAR of 8.5, which would create approximately 51,000 square feet of floor area. The approval of the disposition action would allow the sale of development rights and may facilitate the construction of mixed-use development on adjacent privately owned tax lots that will comply with the proposed zoning and MIH. So the proposal and proposed actions have been analyzed in a draft environmental impact statement as set forth in a final scope of work that looked at a number of analysis areas related to the environment. Of these, the draft EIS found potential for significant adverse impacts in the following categories: open space for active open space ratio, community facilities, shadows on the D&D pool and Our Lady of Peace Church, historic and cultural resources, transportation, traffic, pedestrian and transit, and construction noise. As always, mitigation measures will continue to be studied and between draft and final EIS. So I'd like to end before handing it back to Marisa to just take a bit of a step back. We've heard this long presentation with a lot of details on the history of Gowanus, why we must act now, the planning process, the vision, and the nuts and bolts of the zoning proposal. And truly we are here today for those details, and they are important, but we should also be clear that these are means to an end. A future with a thriving, inclusive, and more resilient Gowanus, where existing and future residents and workers are able to participate in civic, cultural, and economic activities, and where a wholly unique resource, the Gowanus Canal, can thrive and play an active role in that equitable and sustainable growth. But let's take it further. What does that mean? It means altered paths for generations compounding. Thousands of people that would otherwise not have a home, or would move into crowded units, or move out to other gentrifying neighborhoods, or out into greenfield sprawl, would find a home, a respite, a community in Gowanus. People of all backgrounds, increasingly, hopefully different backgrounds and beliefs, coming together to do life together, to share in the joys of life. Families, friendship, childhood, to share in the sadness, the hurt, and the pain of life, and yes, death. Today, none of that is possible. The current zoning institutionalizes the status quo from the 50s and 60s, and it keeps us from this future with more people to make and share life with. It holds on to the years of decay, keeps existing brownfields from being remediated, and infrastructure from being upgraded. It keeps newcomers and others out from enjoying the life-changing benefits of growing up in diverse neighborhoods of opportunity, near jobs, schools, and stable housing. And to make that shared vision of a mixed-use, sustainable, and thriving Gowanus a reality, we are proposing these land use actions for this 82-block area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all three. And I do have to say that no matter how frequently I hear the presentation, I am struck each time by the power of what has been put forward because of the extensive work with the community. And so if you would take down your screen, Jonathan, so that I can see raised hands, starting with Vice Chair Knuckles.
Well, let me just say, I think what we've just seen is at least one example why DCP exists. This is what planning is about and what it should be about. But it also says to me, when you look at the arc of the discussion around Gowanus, it reinforces the axiom that no good deed goes unpunished. So there have been monumental efforts going back, looks like 5 decades. I believe I saw the name of Don Elliott. So that takes us back to the Lindsay administration at least. But I would say this, given the intense efforts that this administration has made toward moving Gowanus forward over the last, I guess, 7 years, I think it only equitable that the proposal is moving forward now, and I'm heartened by that. And I salute this magnificent effort that's been articulated by Mr. Keller and his team, and obviously Winston Von Engel from the Brooklyn office, and you, Chair, for leading this effort forward. I think it's a monumental effort that I hope will be realized. That said, I'd like to ask a question about, I believe Mr. Golan characterized the canal as the crown jewel. My question is, what is the state of the crown jewel at this moment? And since the Superfund designation of 2010, what remediation has taken place, and how would we characterize that remediation at this point? How far has it gone, and how far is it from a point where we could say that the canal is, it'll never be the French Riviera, obviously, but I mean, we want it to be a place where people can gather. So what is the state of the remediation?
Sure, I can take that specific question about the remediation. The city of New York, particularly the law department and DEP, have been doing most of the coordination with EPA and the community on this. The latest updates are in November of last year. So over the past decade, there's been an enormous amount of work that has gone up into this point. There have been pilots for dredging. They've been analyzing, what we actually need to do to make sure that there's a safe dredging and remediation. That all came and culminated in November, where the first actual dredging started of the canal, which, I forget, I may, muddle this up a little bit, but the interim regional administrator, Walter Mugnan, at one point said, it's not going to be, as long as you fear, but not as, quickly as you would hope. And so it's been moving steadily, and for Superfund, across all of the country, it's actually going very fast. And so while it was designated in 2010, the remedial action, the proposed ROD was put out in 2013. There's been a lot of study and analysis to this date. It has just started at the end of the past year. And it will continue on for a number of years to, I think, around a little past 2030. Is when it's supposed to be completely completed. And that's going out into the Gowanus Bay, the mouth of the Gowanus. So the head end of the canal is where they're starting and they're working their way down. The head of the canal, which actually was what we looked at the end of this presentation with the lovely sketch by Siki, is actually where they're working now. And that should be done in the next 2 years or so, I believe.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to acknowledge the work of the staff on this. It was really an incredibly thorough presentation that wasn't for any moment boring or disengaging. It really was really terrific. So thank you for that. I am looking forward, obviously, as this begins its next chapter and its journey through the land use process to hear more about what the public thinks. But I'm going to just for a minute focus a little bit on the public realm piece of it, which obviously I have a sensitivity to. And so it was interesting, not merely sort of design standards or thoughts, but perhaps specific types of assets that are recommended or proposed. And I just wondered, since, absent some sort of coincidental / miracle, the development will all happen at the same time. How is it envisioned that the assets get built, purchased, maintained? Who ends up doing that? Is it for each piece of the development, someone else will be responsible for it? How is it envisioned that supplies and assets will be available for things that need to be changed? I just wondered how it's thought through, because it's not as if on one day everything's going to be built, the entire waterfront is going to be constructed, and there'll be different pieces of the puzzle and different players in each aspect of it. So how does that all work together? Who's ultimately responsible for that? And how does that get relayed to the players as, upon approval, development begins?
Sure. I think we probably all can answer part of that. Sigi, do you want to take on the start of that? And I can also add in anything towards the end.
Yes, sure. Yeah. So if I understand the question correctly, the public realm piece that we presented is comprised of mostly private properties along the canal that would be needed to provide waterfront access along their parcels. So this would become available as development occurs and would be a little bit of a piecemeal, but as developments occur, they have to come to city planning and certify their waterfront access. And those would be in accordance with the provisions in the zoning. We do hope that what we've heard through the process is that the development team is really excited about creating a vision that is holistic. We have a set of stakeholders as well that will be working with us in consultation as development occurs, like the Gowanus Canal Conservancy, that can also provide feedback as to the quality or the type of amenities that each site would want to see. So then in terms of connectivity, those developments would be over time connected. An example for that you can see at the Greenpoint waterfront as well. as developments occur, waterfront access is provided in accordance to the zoning provision. And those designs evolve through best practices, through communities' desires, lessons learned. So we believe that the zoning framework that we propose is actually flexible enough to stand the test of time and actually create designs that connect, but also are not rigid, that are actually will promote a very specific design. So that's how we see it develop over time.
If I might elaborate on just one facet of it to give you a sense of the discussions and the considerations. Amrita talked about the type of fencing and the type of lighting that would be required. We learned lessons from prior instances in which we may have specified something with incredible specificity so that only one manufacturer would make it. And if the manufacturer then stopped creating wastebaskets of a certain size, we ended up with zoning that didn't work. And so we looked to put in place controls that would call for a sense of place, for uniformity with respect to things like the railings across the bridges and the lighting, but that were not overly prescriptive. It's also very good that I'm pleased that Siggy mentioned the Greenpoint Williamsburg waterfront that we have seen just develop over the years in accordance with design parameters that were specified by the commission at the time of the rezoning. And so that's the importance of the consideration that the community and we put into it, what we're going to hear from the community and the commission's own expertise in making sure that we have a framework that will withstand the test of time, because much as there is interest in the neighborhood, it won't, I doubt that it will develop overnight as a piece. And Jonathan, you were going to continue?
Yeah, no, that is completely correct. I think I would just underline, we don't expect all the canal sites to be redeveloped all at once. It will take time for them to be remediated. They'll also need to come into the Brooklyn office and review their waterfront design and plans. And then I think I would add or try to answer a question that was nestled in there about the maintenance, that the zoning does require maintenance. There's a restrictive declaration. The developer has to put up a bond so that if they do default, that the city can take it up. We've also, we're part in what we heard from the community also was, an interest of including a provision in the zoning that allows for a third party also to take over the maintenance. And while, we're just starting ULURP now, and so, that's going to be something that will play out in the future. That's something I think people in the community are also eager about, advocating around a potential maintenance partner. So.
Understood. I appreciate that. You really have addressed all the different things I was thinking. The reason for raising it is because this is a over time project that the chair mentioned, the fact that what's available as an asset today may not be available 5 years from now. And the other is that for the community's sake, there does need to be a coordinated effort in how the assets are maintained, because from the community's point of view, it's one waterfront. It's not this waterfront goes to this developer and this piece of the waterfront goes to that. So the flexibility you're building in to dealing with maintenance partners, I'm sure, is helpful and is likely, if we could see into the future, some opportunity that the community may want to engage, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, thank you. I was really impressed by this presentation. There's a lot to chew on here, and a lot to like. The outreach over many years, I think, is really quite important. The vision for waterfront access, the affordable housing, the transit bonuses, I think, but for this rezoning would not occur. And it's clear that there's some there's a pressing need for that. I do have some questions. There was a lot of emphasis on non-residential ground floor. And, I didn't hear much, and I know that EIS is being what they are, they don't cover this, but, there's a big question of, can we support that much retail or that much non-residential with a combination of existing and new residents? Are we setting ourselves up for an oversupply? And what would the remedies be? Should we learn more about market conditions and developers, want to put other kinds of uses in the ground floor? And how do we, keep those spaces from detracting from the pedestrian environment? I mean, I know this community has a little bit of PTSD because of, the 4th Avenue rezoning and what happened on the ground floor there. So I think it's a very big question for me, as I look at, the projections of 1.6 million square feet of commercial, of which 614,000 feet is projected to be local and destination retail. I think it's incumbent upon us to know that there is an alignment between demand and projected demand and the space that we are requiring of developers.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. It's something that we've considered and look forward to the continuing conversation during ULURP. I think some of the things that we saw that led us to our proposal is the land use patterns that we have seen, right? So Gowanus right now is being repurposed for retail, the uses that we're sort of imagining in the future, but with residential and mixed use ways. Park Slope, Borum Hill, Carroll Gardens have gentrified, and the immense demand from the new families that are coming in has showed in Gowanus, sans any zoning changes. And so we do think there is a demand both with the existing populations nearby, and also the fact that we are proposing from our projections around 20,000, new residents. I think the other thing that we had the benefit of here is years of community conversation with stakeholders, but also developers. And so a lot of them actually, for the most part around Thomas Green Park, 3rd Avenue and the canal, we've heard from, and we've had this dialogue back and forth. And I think we're comfortable that these are things that not only the community wants to see, but the developers want to do. And we before ending and hearing if you have any other follow-ups, I would just say, I think we did look at this with an idea of balance and trying to have a focused and surgical approach to make sure where we really care about, ground floors in the street to require it, but in other places to have a lesser approach where, like for instance, around the canal, we're incentivizing things and allowing for the market to drive it.
I think, I appreciate that. And I understand, the community's interest. And as I said, there's a lot to like about this, but I'm really struck by the amount of oversupply writ large. Any individual developer, that conversations with developers aren't an adequate replacement for understanding whether in its entirety this proposal will result in an oversupply. And I think we really, particularly given what's happened during COVID, really have to take that question much more seriously than I think we have in the past.
Yeah. I appreciate your comments. I would think as you were speaking, one more thing came to mind, so I just wanted to bring it up, is that the requirements, the ground floor, other than just a small portion around the bridge crossings, would be what we've said as a non-residential requirement. So we've made it as permissive of the underlying uses as possible. And our M districts are also including additional uses that typically M districts elsewhere in the city do not have. So we've tried to balance, okay, we're requiring it, but we're also expanding the list of uses that people can partake from to really have that balance. But, that may not assuage your concerns, and I'm happy to continue the conversation as we go forward.
Thank you.
I also anticipate we'll hear a lot from this, from the community during the public review process, because during the planning, this has been a subject of intense interest. Commissioner Burney.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I just want to reiterate everything that Vice Chair Knuckles and others have said about this process. It's been really exemplary, I think, and I've been watching it as it's played out. And congratulations to the team, Jonathan and Winston. It's been terrific. I just have four things I wanted to say, and the first actually had to do with exactly what Commissioner Ortiz was talking about, and I understand the concerns, and she's an expert in these matters, so we should listen to her concerns on that topic of oversupply of retail. But on the other hand, the rezoning of 4th Avenue was a disaster from the public streetscape perspective. We've already got so many blank facades, so many parking facilities, and we really have to do something about it. And I think the idea of non-residential uses and hopefully the transparency regulations are in there as well, will help to mitigate that. We've already lost a lot, and we can try to preserve what's left. The other thing I wanted to say was, I noticed in the proposal that there are 285-foot towers and 305-foot towers. And personally, I'm not opposed to towers or tall buildings in general, but you've only got to say tower to have half the community come out and oppose it. So I'm wondering why we felt it necessary to go to such tall towers. Does it have to do with the affordability or the viability of it economically? Because it seems to me that's going to trigger an adverse reaction, and a lot of people who might otherwise find the rezoning quite favorable. And shall I make my other points and then you want to come
Yeah,
back?
I'm writing down your, so if you want to keep going, or we can stop, however you want to.
All right. Well, the other two things are fairly simple. We had a couple of weeks ago review of that very, I think, excellent project at 300 Huntington Street. And I think everybody was happy about it. But then we get into this unfortunate squabble with the dredgers about the waterfront access. And I had said to them, don't worry about it, because I'm sure that in the waterfront access plan, we've identified and mandated other places for boat access. And it turns out that we haven't done that. So I just wonder whether in the plan we can't find a way to fit some boat access in there so that we have more than just one on the canal. And then my final thing, and it's a kind of relatively trivial thing, why do we have to have a 19th century light fixture? DOT has a perfectly good modern 21st century LED fixture in its portfolio. We're going to have all these new modern buildings, and then we're going to stick in a 19th century fixture. I just think we should try and come up with a more contemporary solution to that. That was my four points.
Sure. So we have the 4th Avenue ground floor condition. Is there a particular question, that you would like us to respond to?
No, I just didn't want you to listen to Commissioner Ortiz, despite the fact that she's right. I don't want you to listen to her,
Okay. No, I think it's a very, these, absolutely. These are good, tough conversations to have. And it's interesting to have the past as part of, what we have been looking at when we envision the future. And so, the 4th Avenue rezoning and the follow-up, that is definitely something that is on our mind. I think for the tower question, I can punt that over to Sagi, who definitely can talk about the envelope with Amrita. And then I think they can also handle the 19th century fixture. And then I can probably take the boat access question back after they're done. Does that sound good?
Terrific, thank you.
So for the heights, it is really a balance, right? So it's all the factors that you brought as well, and then some. And you know, it was really important through the process in the outreach and our analysis that we really understand what is the most impactful from a pedestrian perspective, right? So when I highlighted what are the urban design principles that we kind of established as a kind of a frame of thought and worked out of, we really thought it was really important, and we realized that the bases are kept low, right? And to produce developments that both accommodate housing, affordable housing, non-residential uses, and the waterfront esplanades that take a chunk, each of them take a chunk. You know, we've done an analysis and we realized that in order to keep the bases low, which brings everything to the scale of the pedestrian along the waterfront, along adjacency like Bond Street and Nevin Street, then, you know, you need to go higher a little bit. And then the towers themselves are kept to a minimum footprint, mostly at the middle of the block, which also help kind of screen them from the pedestrian perspective and bring more light and air. So from the balance of all these aspects, the height was generated. It will also really important to note that we did give extra height for the envelopes because we did want to promote design excellence. We realized that through other lessons learned is that when the envelopes are too tight and we don't have room for the envelopes, case in point ZQA, that you don't have a variety of outcomes that really create different designs. So we decided that it is really important to give the flexibility in height to both enhance the architectural excellence, but also really keeping to our urban design principles.
I mean, I suppose the only answer to that then is to have less density, right?
In a way, that's not the only answer. You can have tighter envelopes, but then you get a more cookie cutter waterfront with more bulky buildings and less light and air into courtyards and the streets.
I can take the lighting question now. Regarding the choice of the light fixture, we were trying to keep many things in mind. We heard loud and clear from the community that they wanted to balance the old and the new. We also worked very closely with the Gowanus Canal Conservancy on the choice of both the railing and the lighting fixture. And they had also come up with a couple of designs, and the preference was to have a pole with down lighting and an arm. And we were also trying to balance choosing something that wasn't too customized and was available from the standard DOT toolkit. So we ended up with going with this particular choice of fixture, which tried to balance many of these goals and feedback that we were getting both from the community as well as sister agencies.
That's correct. And I would just add in a lot, depending on your point of view of that conversation was, you know, had a lens of maintenance over time as well, you know, to an earlier question, where we are trying to make, you know, a concerted effort to accommodate the design that the, you know, community has advocated for, but also make sure that it can be maintained in perpetuity. So I think that that's, you know, where we're driven to using the DOT sort of playbook as it were, and working hand in hand with the community about what would be an acceptable lighting fixture. Yes, 300 Huntington Street. You know, I think I don't have much of an update from the other week where, you know, we did talk about the desire to require boating access. I think that's something that we can, you know, talk more about. And I know folks internally and our council have been looking at the, you know, whether it's even legally permissible to require such a specific, you know, amenity in the waterfront access plan. I think, you know, not having the answer for you right now, I would fall back on, you know, we are incentivizing it. And we do believe that it will be taken up by, you know, sites that are, you know, likely larger to the north of 300 Huntington or the 3rd and 3rd Street site, to name two. and just add into the conversation. And this is not going to convince you, but going back to the question of how do these sites get developed over time, we don't know which ones go first and we don't know which ones go last, and we need to understand what the design is from this site to that site to understand what they want to do. And so requiring it across the board or at specific sites, we're not sure that those sites are actually where it should be or where people want it to be. And so keeping it open and incentivizing it, we believe would foster the greatest outcome that we're looking for.
Okay, well, thank you, John.
I think we can say with certainty that we will be hearing from the same people during the public review process.
Okay, well, thank you for those
Levin.
answers. I could continue that conversation, but I cede my time to Commissioner Levin.
Well, I'm with Commissioner Birdie on all of his 4 questions, so I'm glad you're putting them out there, but I'm not going to beat up on Commissioner Ortiz. Anyway, I just think that was a spectacular presentation. There's a combination of theater and sermon, and it's truly inspirational, laid on top of the unbelievable amount of detail and work that underlays it all. So I'm just in awe of your work. Thank you so much for that. And I hope you go home and sleep well tonight. All your practice was well worth it. I'm glad, Jonathan, that you led with an acknowledgement of the capital needs of the NYCHA properties that are involved here. I want to know a whole lot more about how the city and NYCHA are going to partner with those communities to address those capital needs. We can't seal them off from this rezoning. I know we're going to hear about it in the public discussion, and I hope we get a lot, although it's not our purview, that's not going to stop us from being concerned that those issues get dealt with before this project comes to an end. So I'll take you at your word that we'll hear more as that comes. And similarly about the vision plan for the IBZ with a land use framework to support it. That was another important piece of this to get attended to, and I'm glad you acknowledged that that's coming. So I just have one question, and that's about, well, I have many questions, but I'll limit it to one. I see that we're mapping all 3 MIH options here. How will an option be selected for individual parcels?
Good question. We, in conjunction with, HPD, we, with a fair housing lens, decided that Gowanus was an appropriate place to map all 3. I think before understanding which development sites, would select which options, we need to get through ULURP and see what options are ultimately selected. Completely recognizing that Councilmember Lander has been on the record of his desire to have options 1 and 3 be mapped ultimately.
Okay. That may well be the answer then, right? Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I want to make 2 observations. One is this is the first time that I have seen a team develop their own background for their project. So really nice branding on it. And the second is I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the work of Susan Amron, our general counsel, our legal department, and the city's law department in expeditiously and expertly handling the litigation that got us to this point. And I see, Vice Chair Knuckles, that you have your hand raised.
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to alert you. I'm going to have to jump off at around 5:20, so I didn't want to go AWOL without letting you know.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Okay, well then I am so happy to be able to say that this application is certified.
Yay, thank you.
And now on to continuing the commission's.
Yes, we do have some projects left, but we will move swiftly through the agenda, I'm sure. So the 8th item on our agenda is a certification of a site selection and acquisition in Brooklyn Community District 1. Our presenter is Syed Ahmed.
Good evening, commissioners. After the last presentation, curtain should have come down, but I have a small application and it shouldn't take more than few minutes. Next slide. The Department of Transportation and the Department of Citywide Administrative Services are requesting a site selection and acquisition of a private property located at 101 Varick Avenue in the East Williamsburg section of Community District 1, Brooklyn. Next slide, please. The proposed action would allow DOT's Site Inspection Management Unit, SIM, and Traffic Street Light Unit to use the site for office use and as a storage facility. The city is upgrading 162,000 street corners to current ADA standards. To fulfill this commitment, DOT is hiring additional staff in the Sidewalk Inspection Management Unit. The property at 101 Varick Avenue is one of 11 new office locations associated with the expansion of SIM program. Next slide. The project site is located on the southwest corner of Varick and Johnson Avenues in the East Williamsburg industrial neighborhood. The area is developed with manufacturing uses, warehouses, distribution centers, waste transfer stations, and Department of Sanitation garages. The site is located in the North Brooklyn IBZ and is also in the core industrial area of the North Brooklyn Industry and Innovation Plan, where the land is retained for critical industrial uses. The site is located in an M31 zoning district that permits heavy industrial uses at an FAR of 2. The site is close to public transit, Jefferson Street and Morgan Avenue. Subway stations are 3 to 4 blocks from the project site. In addition, the bus routes B57, B60, Q54, and Q59 also serve the project area. Next slide, please. The project site is 146,300 square feet in area and is developed with a 70,500 square feet warehouse that is attached to a 19,537 square feet, 3-story office building with a total FAR of 0.64. The project site and structures are code compliant and requires no expansion or improvements of the buildings. DOT and DCAS will explore the feasibility to retrofit the roof of the buildings with rooftop solar panels. DOT would assign 25 employees of SIM unit to this location in 2 shifts. 6 additional employees would be assigned to traffic street light warehouse in 1 shift. It is expected that half of the employees will use the nearby public transit for commuting to work. A total of 21 vehicles are assigned to the project site. 8 would be pickup trucks, 8 dump trucks, and 5 rack tracks. It is expected that a maximum of 60 vehicular trips would be generated during the midday peak hour. The site is located in the coastal zone. To avoid potential flood impacts, all critical storage and infrastructure would be located above the floodplains or would be flood-proofed. Vehicles on the site would be moved to an off-site location prior to a forecasted flood event. The proposed use of the site is also consistent with the objectives of the fair share criteria for siting such facilities. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Syed. Providing for city needs is important, so don't denigrate the project. Thank you for your presentation and questions from the commission. Okay, well, this application is certified.
Thank you.
Okay, the 9th item on our agenda is a certification of a site selection in the Bronx Community District 7. And our presenter is Geethanjali Minarajesh.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The project is Fordham Building CTAC site selection in Bronx Community District 7. NYCDCAS, the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, seeks public facility site selection to convert the existing vacant former NYPL library building into DCAS computer-based testing and application center. It is located at 2556 Bainbridge Avenue in the Fordham neighborhood of Bronx CD7. Next slide, please. Here is the location of the project site in Bronx CD7. Next slide, please. The project site is highlighted in red here, located near Fordham, consists of heavy commercial, mid-density residential land uses, Webster Avenue mixed-use corridor, multiple transit stations, transit hub, Fordham Plaza, and multiple 15 bus lines. Notable uses within the surrounding area include the Fordham University, Fordham Plaza, which is a 12-story commercial office building. Both are located approximately 3 blocks to the east of the project site. Also, there are multiple open spaces within the surrounding area, including the New York Botanical Garden. Next slide, please. Land uses in the immediate vicinity of the project site include a mix of uses, mainly residential, heavy commercial, and institutional uses. Next slide, please. The building is highlighted here. It is built on 1923, currently vacant and 2-story former NYPL building in the Bronx with frontages on both Bainbridge Avenue and Marion Avenue. The northern portion of the block is occupied by 2 to 6-story residential buildings. The southern portion of the block 3286 is occupied by Fordham United Methodist Church, a 5-story residential building with ground floor retail and 2-story commercial retail building. The commercial uses are concentrated along East Fordham Road corridor lined with 2-story commercial and mixed-use buildings. The residential uses in the area are characterized by 1 and 2 family residences and multifamily elevator buildings. In 2016, the Fordham Library was replaced by a new NYPL Bronx Library Center located approximately 400 feet away at 310 Kingsbridge Road, highlighted in yellow text in here. Next slide, please. The proposed development. DCAS intends to convert a portion of this city-owned 2-story former NYPL Fordham Library building into a new CTAC center, which will provide employment opportunity for people living in the Bronx. The proposed CTAC would provide Bronx residents with a centralized testing center where people can learn more about city employment listing, fill out an application for city examinations, receive vocational training, or attend vocational seminars. The CTAC entrance on the building will be located on Marion Avenue, as highlighted in here, and the ground floor and mezzanine use of the building will be reserved for a future community use that is expected to provide CB7. The entrance to this future use will be located on the other side, that is Bainbridge Avenue. Next slide. Thank you. Here are some of the context images. The view 1 of the building shows the proposed Bainbridge Avenue side, and views 2, 3, and 4 shows the Marion Avenue side. Next slide, please. The proposed development, that is the DCAS CTAC use, a computer-based testing and application center, will occupy the 2nd floor of the building, which is approximately 10,200 square feet, around 80 workstations. There will be approximately 11 full-time employees at the CTAC center and is expected to receive around 200 daily visitors and 1,200 weekly visitors. The proposed site will also be approximately 5,200 square feet larger than the current temporary facility at 1932 Arthur Avenue, and the new facility is more accessible by public transportation. The larger site will allow CTAC to increase its programming and can serve more people. The applicant states that renovation work will be mostly limited to the interior of the existing building, still expecting some exterior work on the roof. The preliminary proposal is to make Marion Avenue entrance an ADA compliant entrance by installing a new elevator to take visitors to the upper levels of the building. DCAS will partner with other community organizations, elected officials, key stakeholders to educate the community of the services that are available at CTAG, and will offer opportunities to co-host civil service related events within the space. Next slide, please. The proposed action. A site selection action will be required to facilitate the conversion of this city-owned vacant two-story former library building located at 2556 Bainbridge Avenue into a computer-based testing center. The fair share analysis is also done, stating there is a need for CTAG facility in the neighborhood. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Gitanjali. Vice Chair Knuckles.
No, I just say I'm glad to see that the city is finding a way to repurpose these old but very sturdy buildings.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, this is our final certification of the day.
Thank you.
Right, that's right. Moving on to the 10th item, which is a pre-hearing item of the zoning map and zoning text amendments in the Bronx Community District 6. Our presenter is Jutan Horseman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commission. Actually, before I start the official presentation, I just want to let the Commission know that this project, which was certified on March 1st and went through Committee Board and Borough President Public Referral, is back for pre-hearing in only 49 days, due in large part because of the new efficiencies of the ZAP public portal, where as soon as the Committee Board submits their recommendation, it advances to the Borough President for their 30-day review and calendared for LUR for public hearing. So I just wanted to share with the Commission just one of the efficiencies and benefits of the new public portal before I get started. So this is a pre-hearing presentation for the St. Joseph 1949 Bathgate Avenue rezoning. Next slide, please. This project is by St. Joseph Apartments LLC, which is an affiliate of the Association of New York Catholic Homes, which is the Housing Development Office of Catholic Charities of New York. Catholic Charities develops affordable housing and has partnered with other faith-based nonprofit groups to redevelop underutilized church-owned sites for affordable housing. The site is located in the Tremont neighborhood of Community District 6 in the Bronx. And the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone from R6A to R7D and a zoning text amendment for MIH. Next slide, please. For context, the site is nearby a number of major institutions in the central Bronx, including the Bronx Zoo, Bronx Park, Fordham Plaza, Fordham University, which are approximately a mile away. The site is relatively good public transit, being a block away from the Tremont Metro North Station, and the BD lines approximately a half mile to the west and 4 train about a mile to the west, as well as the 2-5 about a mile to the east. The site is near a number of major bus lines, including along Webster, Tremont, and 3rd Avenues. The site is served by a number of parks, including the Tremont Park and Crotona Park to the southeast. Next slide, please. The area around the site has a mix of uses with attached 2 to 3-story attached homes, as well as 6 to 8-story multifamily buildings to the north, which is zoned R6A, some light manufacturing and commercial uses along the Metro North line, which is zoned M11, and a vibrant commercial corridor along Tremont Avenue to the south, which is zoned C45X, which has an R7X equivalent. Next slide, please. The development site is currently zoned R6A, which allows for mid-density residential uses. The site is bounded by Bathgate Avenue to the east, 178th Street to the north, and Washington Avenue to the west. This image also shows the proximity to both the Metro North Station to the west and Tremont Park to the southeast. Next slide, please. The site is being developed by Catholic Charities under a partnership with several faith-based nonprofits with a mission to redevelop underutilized church-owned sites with affordable housing. This is to remind the Commission that this site was the location of the St. Joseph Church, which was originally built in 1898 and was demolished in 2020 due to lack of parishioners. Additionally, you can see the scale of the 6 to 8-story buildings immediately north of the site. Next slide, please. The applicant intends on developing the site with a 287-unit building that would be 100% affordable and provide a mix of supportive housing. The proposed development would contain 130 units of supportive housing, and the remaining 147 units would be for low-income housing ranging from 40 to 70% AMI. Due to the approximately 20-foot grade change on the site, that you can see in this rendering. The eastern side of the development, fronting Bathgate Avenue, would have a base height of 60 feet before setting back 15 feet and rising to a maximum of 90 feet. Along the western side of the development, fronting Washington Avenue, the proposed building would have a base height of 85 feet before setting back 15 feet and a max height of 115 feet. The entrance to the development will be along 178th Street, which is located here in the center of the building. Next slide, please. This image shows the proposed entrance level floor. The applicant intends to provide 140 units of supportive services, which would be provided through the two building operators. The Catholic Charities Beacon of Hope program will provide 70 studios for individuals with severe mental illness. And New York Foundling will provide 60 total units. 40 units will be for youth aging out of foster care and will consist of 25 studios, 10 one-bedrooms, 5 two-bedrooms, and serving 45 tenants. They will also manage 20 units for individuals with developmental disabilities, with 15 one-bedrooms, 5 two-bedrooms for a total of 35 tenants. There will be offices on site for both building operators. The proposed development would also provide approximately 10,000 square foot landscaped inner court that would provide private open space for the tenants, which will include both active and passive spaces, such as a turf area for children's play and different types of seating and gathering areas. To partially address Commissioner Ortiz's question about how supportive housing will function and be managed within the building will be accessed through the single entry on 178th Street, which will have full-time security for people entering the building. Having full-time security and the two building operators on site will allow for additional safety. And I wanted to note that the security is also on the same level as the inner courtyard. Next slide, please. In order to facilitate the development, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment to rezone from R6A to R7D, as well as seeking a zoning text amendment for MIH options 1 and 2. Next slide, please. On March 10th, Community Board 6 voted in favor of the application, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The borough president did have a rather positive recommendation with several notes that the building was able to support 3 groups of need within one building with support from 3 organizations with a commendable history being involved with the building, being Catholic Charities, Beacon of Hope, and the New York Foundling, as well as praising the design of the building on the site with challenging topography and incorporating good design practices such as glass on the ground floor, and praising the trade-off that having 2 and 3 bedroom units that are a great need will benefit families rather than providing more units that are smaller or fewer units. Next slide, please. Under the proposed rezoning from R6A to R7D, the applicant is seeking to develop an 11-story, 287-unit, 100% affordable housing development that provides supportive services. The proposed rezoning would allow a net increase of 146 additional units. During the March 1st review session, there were several questions raised that the applicant intends to address at the public hearing on Wednesday, including questions on the MIH options 1 versus options 2, as well as the proposed AMI ranges and financing raised by Vice Chair Knuckles and Commissioner Marin. The applicant will speak further to how the proposed building will manage the 2 supportive housing populations, as well as the other residents living there. That was raised by Commissioner Ortiz to expand on my previous comment. The applicant will speak to the condition of the neighboring buildings that was raised by Commissioner Marin. And the applicant will provide floor plans and speak to the layout of the building on the upper floors, which was raised by Commissioner Burney. Thank you.
Thank you, Jutan. Questions from the commission? Okay, then we will see this at the public hearing on Wednesday.
Thank you.
The 11th item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a site selection and acquisition in Staten Island, Community District 3. Our presenter is Adam Beckerman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today I'll be presenting on the Crescent Beach Park Addition project. This application was certified on January 19th, 2021, and is now returning for pre-hearing. Next slide, please. This application is submitted by the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation and the New York City Department of Citywide Administrative Services, requesting a combination acquisition site selection by the city. The project site falls within the Great Kills neighborhood of Staten Island Community District 3. Parks is seeking to obtain 4 former residential lots as part of the Build It Back program and additional private parcels, some of which are record streets, to expand Crescent Beach Park, make the park more contiguous, and aid in coastal flood resiliency. Next slide, please. The proposed acquisition site falls within and is surrounded by an R31 zoning district with single-family detached and detached homes. It is mapped designated open space, falls within the special South Richmond Development District and the low-density growth management area. The proposed site includes 4 build-it-back lots, Block 5308, Lot 1, 10, 45, 50, and 5 private parcels and record streets, Glover Street, Hines Avenue, Point Street, and 2 unnamed alleyways. In total, there is proposed around 50,000 square feet of additional DPR-owned land. Here is an aerial view of the proposed acquisition sites by owner and type. The private build-it-back sites are on the right with a decast parcel in the middle that is not part of this application, but could be transferred to parks in the future. There are 2 existing homes on the build-it-back lots. The homes will be demolished after the city acquires the properties, with HPD managing the demolition of the sites. On the left side are the private record streets and private parcels. As you can see, they have a very similar existing condition to the rest of Crescent Beach Park. The proposed actions in this application would allow parks to move forward in acquiring these lots. Next slide, please. On February 10th, the application was heard by the Community Board 3 Land Use Committee and was voted on by the full board on February 23rd. 21 community board members were in favor and 1 opposed with an approval recommendation. On March 30th, the Borough President submitted an approval recommendation for this project as well. Next slide, please. In summary, this is an application from DPR and DCAS for combination acquisition site selection by the city to acquire 4 private lots and 5 record street/parcels to make Crescent Beach more contiguous and to aid in coastal flood resiliency. Representatives of DPR and DCAS will present this application for public hearing on Wednesday. And with that, I will take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Adam. Questions? Okay, we will see this at the public hearing on Wednesday.
The next item on our agenda, the 12th item, is a pre-hearing review of a site selection and acquisition in Brooklyn Community District 18. And our presenter is Catherine Richards.
Hello again. This is a public application by the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, or DOHMH, in conjunction with the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, or DCAS, for a combined site selection and acquisition. The project was certified on February 16th. The project site is located at 1427 Ralph Avenue in Community District 18 of Brooklyn. The proposed actions would facilitate the operation of a pest control and vector control program facility in an as-of-right 1-story warehouse building that is currently under construction. The proposed project would provide DOHMH with a facility that fulfills the need for storage of supplies, pesticides, and safety equipment, as well as consolidate the pest and vector control operations into one location. Next slide, please. DOHMH is responsible for enforcing New York City's Health Code Article 151, which addresses control of vectors of human diseases. The proposed project would allow DOHMH to enforce the provisions of New York City Health Code Article 151, as well as other statutory mandates that have to do with pest and vector control. Next slide, please. The existing vector control facility is located at 1075 Ralph Avenue, also in Community District 18 in Brooklyn. And there's currently no dedicated space for DOHMH's pest control program. The 2021-2022 citywide statement of needs included a request for the relocation of a combined facility for vector and pest control services. Next slide, please. Here outlined in the solid red line is the proposed project area. The surrounding area contains primarily industrial, manufacturing, transportation, and utility uses, as well as some parking facilities, commercial and office buildings, public facilities, and some low-density residential uses to the north and south. The project area is also within the Flatlands Fairfield Industrial Business Zone. Next slide, please. The immediate surrounding area is zoned M11. In these districts, certain industrial uses are permitted if they meet performance standards, and some commercial and community facility uses are also permitted. There is a maximum FAR of 1.0. Next slide, please. DOHMH would occupy about 75% of the 48,000 square foot warehouse building. It is currently being constructed independently of these proposed city actions. The facility would be used as a central distribution warehouse for all 5 boroughs and as a field office for South Brooklyn and Staten Island's pest and vector control programs. The site would allow, again, for the consolidation of pest and vector control into one facility. Next slide, please. The building is anticipated to contain staff offices and locker rooms, storage space, laboratory space for pesticide resistance studies, and parking spaces for DOHMH vehicles. And the number of employees on site ranges from 10 to 34, depending on the day of the week and the time of year. Next slide, please. Brooklyn's Community Board 18 held a public hearing and vote for this project on March 17th. They recommended to approve with 35 votes in favor, 1 abstention, and none opposed. The Brooklyn Borough President held a public hearing on March 22nd, and on April 13 submitted a recommendation to disapprove the project. The recommendation report described concerns with a lack of additional public engagement and the lack of an agricultural roof and other sustainability features on site. Next slide, please. And finally, I just wanted to quickly address some questions that came up at certification. So one was about who would be occupying the rest of the building. That is not currently known. The landlord is looking for a tenant. Some details about the acquisition agreement. They are looking at a 15-year lease with a 5-year renewal option. There are a couple questions about when vehicles will be coming and going and about vehicle servicing on site. So the regular schedule for vehicles entering and exiting the facility will be from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. During spray season, which is June to September, that vehicles will be accessing the facility 24 hours. Vehicles will not be serviced on site. There won't be auto repair. There will be minor things like changing tires or jump starting batteries. And finally, a site plan was requested, and we can see here, this plan shows just the space that would be occupied by DOHMH. Next slide, please. And here we have a site plan that shows the space that will be occupied by the other tenant, as well as entrance and exit points into the facility. And that is the presentation. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, Commissioner Dweck.
Thank you. Just a note, if the applicant can speak to the borough president's concerns at the hearing.
Yes.
There's an extensive list of them, including the more environmentally friendly products. So if they can be prepared, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, they will. Thanks.
Other comments? Okay, then we will see this application on Wednesday.
Thank you.
The 13th item on our agenda is a pre-hearing review of a special permit in Manhattan Community District 1. Our presenter is Anthony Lechuga.
Thank you. So this application was certified on January 19th of this year and is returning for pre-hearing review. This is a private application by AMK Holdings LLC for the property located at 42 Walker Street, the white building outlined here in red. The applicant seeks a special permit pursuant to section 74-711 landmark preservation in order to facilitate a 1-story enlargement of the existing 5-story building located in the Tribeca East Historic District of Manhattan Community District 1. Next slide, please. The applicant is seeking 3 things. 1, a waiver regarding height limits for narrow buildings to permit a height of 75 feet, where the maximum height permitted is 65 feet. 2, a waiver regarding minimum rear yard modification to permit a 24-foot 4-inch rear yard at the new 6th floor, where a 30-foot rear yard is required. And the 3rd, a waiver regarding minimum distance between legally required windows and walls or lot lines to permit a distance of 24 feet 4 inches between the rear wall of the new 6th floor and the lot line, where a minimum distance of 30 feet is required. And I will return to these in more detail later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is the project area. As you can see from the area map, the development site is outlined in red. It is located on the north side of Walker Street between Broadway and Church Street. In addition to being in the Tribeca East Historic District, which you can see as the blue overlay on this map, the building is also in the Special Tribeca Mixed Use District, or TMU. Most of the district is now commercial, with residential use allowed as of right. 42 Walker is located within area A7 of the TMU, which allows for maximum building heights of up to 120 feet, with setbacks between 60 and 85 feet, and a maximum FAR of 5.0. However, because 42 Walker is on a narrow lot, it has a height limitation to that of its lowest adjacent neighbor, which is 65 feet. The Tribeca neighborhood is generally characterized by a range of uses, including multifamily residential and mixed-use residential and commercial buildings, standard commercial buildings, and manufacturing buildings. Buildings on the block and in the area more generally are typically 5 to 6 stories tall, with heights between 70 and 85 feet without setbacks. Next slide, please. 42 Walker, again, the white building outlined in red, was originally constructed in 1855 and altered in 1879 and 1880 as a Second Empire Neo-Grec style store and loft building with the present masonry and cast iron facade designed by Charles M. Youngs. It is a narrow interior lot with approximately 25 feet of frontage on Walker Street and a total lot area of approximately 2,500 square feet. The existing building is a recently restored 5-story plus cellar building with approximately 11,000 square feet of floor area for an FAR of 4.35. The first floor is occupied by a bakery, and the remaining 4 floors are individual residences, 1 per floor. Next slide, please. Here's a diagram of the existing rear yard conditions for the entire block, which form a nearly complete donut. The green dashed line shows where the required 30-foot rear yards would be required in the current zoning. The dashed blue line shows the rear lot line of the mid-block buildings. The current zoning calls for a 30-foot rear yard and 30 feet between rear walls and rear lot lines. As you can see, the existing buildings have rear yards between 1 foot and 12 feet. There is a grade change on the block sloping down from Walker Street, putting the cellar at grade in the rear yard. 42 Walker has an existing rear yard of 4 feet, 4 inches for the cellar and first story levels, and then a 14-foot, 4-inch rear yard for the remaining stories. Next slide, please. These drawings show an elevation view of the existing and proposed development. The drawing on the left shows the existing and proposed development from the front. The drawing on the right shows the existing and proposed development from the rear. The proposed development is a 1-story enlargement of the existing buildings. The enlargement would increase the height from the existing 66 feet, 4 inches to 75 feet. Above the proposed 75 feet would be a permitted obstruction roof deck with a 3-foot, 6-inch glass guardrail. The proposed building would have a total complying floor area of approximately 12,580 square feet for an FAR of 4.98. A total of 4 dwelling units will be maintained. However, the proposed new 6th floor would convert the existing 5th floor unit into a 2-story unit. Next slide, please. This diagram shows the existing heights along the north side of Walker Street between 6th Avenue and Broadway. The AT&T building between 6th Avenue and Church Street, as well as 60 Walker Street at the corner with Broadway, rise predominantly over the older loft buildings along Walker Street. Next slide, please. This is zooming in closer to see the heights of the smaller scale buildings along the majority of Walker Street. The proposed 42 Walker is outlined in red. The building immediately to the left has a 6th-story addition of a height in excess of 70 feet. The building immediately to the right does not have a 6th-story addition, but does have wooden fencing around the perimeter of the roof to a height in excess of 70 feet. Next slide, please. This drawing shows the various waivers the applicant is seeking. The diagonal line hatching is the legally non-compliant rear yard and building height. The darker gray coloring shows the proposed enlargement. So the first waiver is to permit a building height of 75 feet where the maximum height permitted is 65 feet. The blue box and cross hatching show this waiver for height limits for narrow buildings. The numbers to the left of the drawing show the existing height in black and proposed in red. Because 42 Walker is less than 45 feet in width, the zoning resolution states that it cannot be taller than the lowest abutting building, thus the 65-foot height limit. The current height of 66 feet 4 inches is an existing non-compliant condition. The second waiver would permit a 24-foot 4-inch rear yard at the new 6th floor where 30 feet is required. The green box and circle pattern show this waiver for minimum rear yard modification. The third waiver would permit a distance of 24 feet 4 inches between the rear wall of the new 6th floor and the lot line where 30 feet is required. The two red stars show this waiver for the minimum distance between windows and the lot line. Next slide, please. The building's location within the Tribeca East Historic District allows the applicant to seek the special permit pursuant to meeting the conditions and findings and approvals from the Landmark Preservation Commission. As part of the 74-711 special permit, it is required that 1, bulk modifications shall have minimal adverse effects on the structures or open space in the vicinity in terms of scale, location, and access to light and air. And 2, the use modifications shall have a minimal adverse effect on the conforming uses within the building and the surrounding area. The commission may prescribe appropriate additional conditions and safeguards which enhance the character of the development of said zoning lot. The LPC has provided a report stating that the proposed bulk modifications relate harmoniously to the buildings in the historic district and will have minimal adverse effects on structures and open space. These LPC documents are a part of your briefing package. Next slide, please. On February 23rd of this year, Manhattan Community Board 1 issued a recommendation approving this application. The vote was 40 in favor, 1 opposed, and 0 abstentions. On April 1st of this year, the Manhattan Borough President issued a recommendation approving this application, noting her support for the special permit because it helps to protect the culture and architectural history of the Tribeca East Historic District. And now I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Anthony. Questions from the commission? Not seeing any. We will then see this at a public hearing on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Anthony. Moving on to future votes. Staff have prepared reports for consideration on Wednesday, April 21st, 2021 for the following. 261 Walton Avenue, 606 Neptune Avenue, 300 Huntington, and 3002 Newtown Avenue. Okay. Also scheduled for decision on Wednesday, 4675 Dodgewood Road, 625 West 246th Street, 40 Yomalt Avenue, 75 and 79 Gorton Street, and 380 Ocean Terrace. All are special district approvals in either the Bronx or Staten Island. And then for post-hearing follow-up, we have 909 Castle Hill Avenue. My understanding is that their applicant is still working on some images that were requested. Okay, checking the Melrose Open Door. If there's any further questions, we can have HPD address. Okay. The Crab Shanty Restaurant, if there are any further questions on that. The West 16th Street special permit. And the Bedford, Stuyvesant Central and North UDAP indispositions. Also, we can pass along any questions from HPD. Okay. That is all that we're on agenda.
And I'll thank the commissioners for a particularly long review session. We do not anticipate that any of the 4 hearings on Wednesday should run particularly long. And so with that, I'll say goodbye and look forward to seeing you on Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you Wednesday.
Bye.